Hey, 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 good morning, everybody. It is Saturday. Welcome back to the cafe. It is great to see you all today. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you all for being here. I hope everybody had a great Friday night. And I'm grateful to see you guys jumping in here, starting your day off with us today here at the cafe. I appreciate it so very much, guys. As it states in the title, guys, we're heading on back to Idaho. And yes, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Who was it? The FBI, Moscow, or Idaho State Police? We don't know, but we're going to talk about it. And what is there to gain from leaking this information out, guys? That's what the conversation is going to be about today. I appreciate you all joining us as we do this, guys. That being said, you know where we're going now. Let's do this thing. Here we go. Here we go. All right, all right. Here we are again. Again, happy Saturday, everybody, and thank you for joining us. 50 people in the house so far. 25 likes. Let's see if we can make that match, guys. Let's get this in that algorithm. Make sure everybody gets to see it today. Again, I hope everybody is having a great day. All you beautiful people, I appreciate you being here so very much. Please, if you will, just like Miss Wisdom asks, please hit that like button if you have not yet done it. Subscribe for sure if you haven't, and share this out. And make sure to hit that little bell over there. That way you don't miss anything we do today. Appreciate you all being here. Come on in, grab a seat, grab a cup of joe, get comfortable. We're going to be here for a little while talking about this crazy situation. Crazy situation for sure. Again, guys, like it says, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Who was it that leaked this information to Dateline? FBI, Moscow, or Idaho State Police? It's pretty evident that Judge Hitler believes it was law enforcement. I probably would say that as well, as compared to the prosecution. But you never know. Maybe it was a little bit everybody. It is what it is. Money talks, bullshit walks, and you know how that goes, guys. You offer anybody money, they're going to talk about anything. I have some ideas as to who it could be, possibly. What do they have to gain from it? That's my biggest question with this. What could they gain from putting this information out to Dateline and some other peeps out there? We know, at least in my opinion, that they're part of the reasoning for it, or the main reason for it, is jury tampering, in my opinion. And it, like Hitler stated, it probably caused a problem, guys. They're going to be adding some new questions to the questionnaire for sure. I'm going to tell you that much, at least. So we'll see. I don't know. We're going to talk about it, though. Let's see who's in the house with us today, joining us. Good to see. I was hoping you'd be here, Eddie. Hopefully, you'll join me today. Chris Dohaney, good to see you. Miss Wisdom and her infinite wisdom. Great to have you here, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Miss Tandy's in the house. Hello and welcome, Miss Tara. Good to see you today. Great to see you. Of course, they would say that. That's hilarious. That's another point we're going to make. Kane B, The Purge. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you. Fizzy Cakes fizzing in here again. Good to see you. Let's see. Say it ain't so. Good morning to you. Donkey. How are you, Donkey? You making waffles this morning? Good to see you. Mittens for Kittens. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. A.R. Hayes, my brother. Good to see you, sir. I hope you're doing well. Great to have you here. Maybe you'll join us up here today, too. Who knows? Miss Teresa, great to see you. Great to have you here today. Meg P, welcome back. Always a pleasure. Miss Potts is in the house. Good Lord Almighty, we are super lucky. We got a great crew of people in here today. I'm excited. I would love to hear from Miss Potts today. The link is already pinned at the top of the chat, folks, for anybody I do believe that would like to join us on panel once we get moving here. I'd love to hear from you. Tomboy Charms in the house, flying in on her bird. Good to see you, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us as well. And of course, Brady B, the OG. Good morning, dear. And oh, good morning, almighty. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mama joined us today again. Great to see you. Miss Kim Young, welcome back to you. That's right. Miss Potts is in the house. I hope to be able to get to hear her voice today. Looking for Jesse, too. I wish Jesse was here. Sarah D. Irish, welcome back to you. Great to see you. All you meatballs, thank you for jumping in the sauce with us today and spilling a little bit of it. We appreciate it like we do every day. Good Lord. Of course he's going to say that. Of course he would say that. That's how stupid that is. Chris McDonough. Sure, I'm pretty sure that it was the defense. They leaked it to Dateline show they could cover their case. Whatever, dude. Get over yourself. Get over yourself. I'm not a fan, folks, if you didn't know that. Most of you did. Let's see here. Show. There is Jesse, still working. Okay, good. Good, sir. Good to have you. Lady Bob, welcome back. 67 peeps, 30 likes. Come on, y'all. Let's do it. It wasn't. It definitely wasn't. I mean, that would be so dumb, Annie. You know that. God. McDonut needs dipped again. The dude is such a dingbat. I'm sorry. I can't believe that he worked in law enforcement. I seriously can't. That's right, Miss Kim. The meatballs in the sauce, sharing the noodles. That's right. We use our noodles in here. We try to. Good Lord Almighty. Tara. Chris is such a fool. Legit has the audacity to read the order and then go on to say nothing will come of it. It's all for show. The order, that is. I can't handle that, dude. I just can't. I can't handle him. Yeah. It's the guilters that are the conspiracy theorists. That's a good point, Jesse. Great point, sir. Jesus. What a mess. I can't believe he said that. I mean, yes, I can. I can believe he said it, but good God, dude. You're a mess. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Grab a seat. Wait just a few minutes to make sure we got everybody in here before we get to moving again. There's a link pinned in the chat for anybody that would like to join me. I have a little video we're going to review first from East Idaho News with the interview with Keith Morrison. That's going to show you a little bit of something. If you haven't seen it, I was kind of surprised. Couple things to review with that and another one possibly, but that one definitely. And then we're going to discuss how that plays into this as well, guys. So yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Fizzy. Get out of my brain. Yeah, it is. We're going to hit that too. Check that out. Review that probably first before we do anything, and then we'll be getting on our conversation. Moonlit Baby, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Today is my son's 19th birthday. Where does the time go, you guys? I swear to God, he just turned 18 a couple months ago. Now he's 19. What a world. What a world. How does the special prosecutor get decided? I think that Thompson has something to do with that. I believe that Judge Hippler basically lays it out for him and states, this is what you need to do. And they go from there. Don't quote me. I'm not 100% right on that because I don't know for sure, but I do believe that's how it is. I need to look that up to be sure. weren't there like text leaks in the back? Well, they just arrested the clerk in the Murdoch case that was leaking things and so on and so forth. They can do jail time for this, folks, and big time. Whoever did this. Too fast for fleas. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Great to have you here. Another great question. I imagine it will be done in secret. What's that? Donkey. I guess time will tell if it's just everything. Yeah. I don't know. I think Hitler's doing this truly to cover his own ass as well, folks. Okay. Not just for the case. Because if this happens like this and it's not put out the pasture and there's nobody that's disciplined for this, it's gonna make him look bad. He ain't gonna have that. You can already tell that that's the type of guy he is. He ain't gonna have it. So that's why he's doing this, in my opinion. Sweet and salty, welcome back. Good to see you. Looks like Hitler has already decided the leak came from the state and or LE. Hence, yeah, it basically, yeah. And there's a Law and Order episode. Me and the mods went over last night too. That's basically what it states, guys. The guy that they talked to as well puts it out there. He believes it came from law enforcement, in my opinion. The two documents that were put out, guys, that he put out, they're not the same. Some people were saying they're identical. They're not. They're not the same. Okay. One of them is directed directly at the prosecution and law enforcement, basically claiming that they are responsible for the leak. The defense one, basically all he was telling the defense to do was cover your shit, lock things down, pay attention to what's going on and who's involved with what you're doing, things like that. Good morning, Mama D. What do you disagree with, buddy? Eddie. Jane, welcome. Good to see you, Mama D again. DKM, welcome back to you guys. We got 99 peeps, 42 likes. What's going on, y'all? Please hit that like button. It just takes a quick second. Yes, Fizzy. That's the other one I would want to review with you guys too. There's some information in both of these things that I think is quite interesting. What is it that you disagreed with, Eddie? Which that's fine. Don't worry about it, bud. I may be. Like I said, I could be completely wrong on my thoughts on this, but I don't know. SRBBBBB. Good morning to you. Great to see you. Thank you to my Blue Crew for joining us today. Miss Paula, such an honor to see you. Thank you for bringing your positivity in here. We appreciate you very much. 104 peeps in the house, 45 likes. We can do this, folks. Just hit that like button. Let's get this in that algorithm, please, and thank you. Appreciate you very much. Let's see there. Okay. Dateline moves on to covering the Duffy trial. Did he? You mean did he? Probably, yeah. Yes, the best Blue Crew in the world. Yeah, I'm curious. I think, me personally, okay, I have a couple thoughts on this. I think it could have been, and we'll get into the deeper part of it later on. But real quick, like I think it could have been either or a combination of a Moscow PD officer, possibly. But I strongly believe that it could have been the FBI. And I think the FBI was leaking information to Mr. Gonsalves as well. And in turn, that information made it to Dateline too, via Mr. Gonsalves as well. That's part of what my theory is on this. Alicia J, good morning, ma'am. And Noni McPoppins, hello. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Ray Knightley, welcome back. You're not late, Noni. Don't ever worry about that. You know better. Let's see here. Come on in, y'all. Come on in. Let's see. Where's that piece at here? Give me 1 second here.
Let's talk about the show.
Hold on, everybody. 115 peeps here. Good to see you all. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Kelly Coker, good morning. Welcome back. Good to see you. It's my understanding the DOJ assigned special prosecutor for the purposes of avoiding conflict of interest. That would make sense. That would make sense. But I do believe that Bill Thompson is the one that's in charge of setting that up based on what I thought I heard him say to him. I could be wrong. I probably am, but that's what my understanding was, that Bill has, you have so much time to go get this set up, contact whoever it is, Department of Justice, Attorney General, whatever it is, and get it rolling. So we'll see. Either way. Congratulations, Miss Noni. 23 months, one more month, it'll be 2 years, a 2-year-old meatball. That's awesome. We love you. Happy day anniversary, Noni. And thank you so much for being part of this family and this community for so long. God bless. We really appreciate you. That's awesome. ALX, welcome. Good to see you. What about the reporter that was on Dateland from Moscow? The woman was, I'm not sure, ALX. Or is that Alex? Is it Alex or ALX? If I said it wrong, I'm sorry, ma'am. Knowledge is power. Yes, it is. And good morning and welcome to you. I didn't speak to wisdom about what? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Tandy? I haven't seen wisdom till just now. I did say hello to you, wisdom. First thing when I first let everybody in. I would never ignore you. You know better than that. I said, remember, with her infinite wisdom, wisdom speaks. Good morning and welcome, dear. Maybe you didn't hear me. The wisdom says it's an independent investigation. Thompson has no influence. Well, yeah, no. I know that. I'm not saying that it's his thing. I'm saying that, unless I misheard it yesterday or the other day, what Hitler said to him was that you need to go get this set up. Like he needs to contact that. If that's, maybe I just misheard it or misunderstood it, then that's what I thought he meant when he was talking about it. Like you need to contact the people that do it and tell them that this is what happens. That's what I'm talking about, the special prosecutor. That the prosecution would be the one. I thought that he was telling Bill that that's what they have to do. So I guess I'm wrong. Okay. No, Ray. I thought that the judge was telling Mr. Thompson that they're going to bring in a special prosecutor and that he needs to contact the whoever is that handles that and let them know that that's what they have to do. Yes, that's what I mean. Thompson has to contact his side. I'm sorry if I'm misspeaking it the wrong way. That's what I'm trying to say is what wisdom just said on screen here. My apologies if it's coming out wrong. And he said when a special prosecutor appointed by a judge to investigate a leak, the Attorney General of the Department of Justice typically assigns the individual. Okay. Well, thank you both, everybody, for your input. I appreciate it because I don't really know. I was just basing it on what I thought. Thank you so much, Miss Noni. We appreciate you and love you too. Timing is everything. The talk was starting to be alternate perps they had to distract from. You think that was it, Kim? That'd be interesting. It would make sense, though. That would make some sense. Yeah, you must be in top chat, Brandy. Mountain Mama, hello and good morning. Be real. What's happening, brother? Good to see you today. Great to have you in the house. They order an investigation by special prosecutor to investigate the info and evidence on the daily. That's basically what it is, Mama D, that he's not opposed to bringing in a special prosecutor because of the investigation into the leaks that were leaked out to Dateline. That's what the whole basis of our show is today, though. Yes. Oh, it's okay, Donkey. Thompson has to do his best to find the leaker and charge them. He has a week to produce, 7 days. to the court what he found and is going to do about the leaker. We're going to talk about that too, whether or not anybody or everybody believes it'll happen or not. I don't know. They'd be stupid not to do what they're supposed to do. You know what I mean? Obviously. Come on in, guys. You said leaker. What up, Matt? Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us today. All right, guys, let's check out this here first. We got about everybody here, probably. I want to review this with you guys and listen to what Keith says in this. It's kind of interesting.
So tonight, Keith, what can we expect with Dateline? Let's talk about the show tonight.
Now, obviously, guys, this interview was done before the Dateline episode came out, but pay attention to what Keith says within this interview. It's pretty interesting to some extent.
Tonight, Keith, what can we expect with Dateline?
Well, this is your friend Shane Bishop and I, but mostly Shane.
Now, mind you, Shane Bishop is the producer of Dateline. Okay, Shane Bishop is also the same guy that admitted to altering photographs for the show, doing things he had to do so that they would work for the show. He admitted to it, folks. So a lot of them photographs that we saw that we were like, wow, look at that. He did things to them so that they would work for the show. And he admitted to it, which is crazy to me, but so be it. That's another good point we're going to get into too, Moonlight. Scott Green has the most to gain from Brian being guilty. We're going to talk about that today too, a little bit.
Has been working on this for a long time, since right back at the beginning, and has developed. Shane has a list of people who are on the inside and who are very good sources about what's happened here in Idaho. So we're familiar with a good deal of the.
Like I said, pay attention to what he says. Has developed a group of very good sources on the inside for Idaho.
Evidence that the state will bring against Brian Kohberger. His attorney is not speaking yet, but we have, a lot of this material that the prosecution will rely on, I think, to try him. I don't know. I don't know. We can't say that we have it all, but we have a lot of it, and we can help.
And one of the main facts, guys, is a lot of this stuff that was put out via Dateline is inadmissible in court anyway. It wasn't to be used per se. What it did though, okay, was it basically jury tampering, in my opinion. It was a smear campaign for Brian once again. Okay, it was a hit piece per se. We know that. We all know that it's a hit piece. That's all it is. Okay, a smear campaign to further destroy Brian Kohberger in any way they possibly can. And it was highly, in my opinion, unethical. Okay, absolutely. But they did it. They got away with it. It's out there. You can't take it back now. Nothing that there was anybody that watched that, myself included, none of that can be taken back now. There's nothing you can do to change that. Okay, I don't care if they came out and showed Brian riding a donkey with rainbows floating out of his ass. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Sorry, donkey, not to put you out there, but it doesn't matter what you do. It's not going to change anybody's views on what they believe after they saw that, unless you're a critical thinker like most everybody in here is and are able to separate what they said. So they went in and destroyed somebody. Okay, whether he's guilty or not guilty, they had no right to do that. Okay, none at all. But that's what they did. And again, this is clearly, in my opinion, guys, of course, jury tampering. Same thing that the Steve Gonsalves World Tour is. Jury tampering. Julianne, welcome. Good to see you. And yes, rainbows and donkeys. Unicorns. I meant to say unicorns, not donkeys. But anyway. It's absolute. Annie said, I think his prosecution is to divert attention from the real perps and always has been. It's malicious prosecution and abusive process. Amen to that one, dear. Amen to that one. Asses and rainbow. Thank you, Jen. Yes. Welcome, by the way. And Elizabeth Wagner, you too need some Z's. Good to see you. In my opinion, every bit of evidence that was leaked on any platform should be stricken from the record, not allowed at trial. Well, yeah, but at this point, it's still going to be absorbed into people's minds. You know what I'm saying? So that's the point. But I'll stop talking and let this play. Sorry.
Almost have a timeline of his movements and the movements of the killer, whether it was him or not, in the days, hours, minutes leading up to the murder and afterwards.
You also have a couple of interviews from people that we haven't heard from before.
We have. I mean, we've heard from some of the people who met Brian Koberger early on, as soon as he moved to Pullman, Washington. And he went to a pool party, for example, and there was an incident at the pool party which was just kind of strange and unsettling for the people who were there. He worried a couple of the women who were by the pool wearing bikinis, and he was just a little leering, I think, and they tried to brush him off, and one of them tried to get her husband involved, but he just seemed not to be aware of social cues.
Not to be aware of social cues. Gee, guys, sounds like ASD to me. Just saying.
So there was that, and then one of the other people there then ran into him later on a hike, and was puzzled by the fact that he was walking alone into the night when everybody else was getting out of this area that they were hiking in because it was nighttime. And then we discover, of course, that he was somebody who loved the nighttime and was out at night all the time.
Interesting.
Walking around, looking around. Yeah.
Right. Well, that was, I think, one of the points his defense attorneys made early on, that he was out driving, looking at the stars at night, the night of the murders.
Yes, and there, and that might be an answer that satisfies. I don't know, but you have to have some comeback to the fact that it's glaringly obvious that he spent a great deal of time alone in the dark during his time there.
Tell me about this video that of a car that may have been his, or a car that looked similar to his, that you all have obtained.
Well, it's a car that the authorities believe was his, the white Elantra that we've heard so much about. You see the video. It's really quite remarkable video. It shows the period leading up to the murders, just before this car kind of approaches. And by the way, the camera is on a neighboring house. You can't quite see 1122 from this house, but you can see the movements of the car as it's heading down into this kind of controlled area where 1122 is. And it's going around and around. And every 3 minutes or so, the car will kind of come around and go away again, and then come back and then go away again, as if somebody is, casing the house or is trying to make up his mind about something. Certainly the authorities believe it was the killer. They are accusing Brian Koberger of being that person. But then what we see is the car pulls in to what would have to be 1122 King Road and disappears like it's parked. 13 minutes later, it reappears, going hell-bent for leather around the corner and out of sight, and isn't seen again. So the authorities are pretty convinced that this is a video of the killer in his car, making up his mind. The 13 minutes where the car is not visible to the camera.
That's an absolute, Annie. I'm the same way. I'm chronic ADHD as well as my son. We're way more active and more wired at night than we are during the day. We do things. I stay up late. I'm just saying, it's a normal thing. It's not nothing he did. Nothing, in my opinion, that he did that they pointed out in this stupid hit piece was abnormal for anybody. Okay, nothing. In fact, it kind of went in his behalf, in my opinion, because it proves that Brian's not an incel, for one. Two, that he's not afraid of women. He doesn't hate women at all. That they've tried to put out there from the beginning. That's not at all true, based on what we've learned. And being out at night is a normal thing. I used to, like I said, welcome Tish. Good to see you. I used to get in my car at midnight, 12:30, or on my bike back in the day, and go out and ride around windows down or on the bike, there's no windows, but just and enjoying it. And then I would go home and sleep like a baby because I couldn't sleep. I had insomnia. But it's just one of them things. None of it's abnormal, though. There's Mama Bear. Good morning. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. So yeah, it's normal stuff. Scott Metalhead, welcome, brother. Good to see you today. Miss Pebbles, hello. Did he ask him about the gag order and why they released the info? That should have been one of the main questions, but guess what? I don't know. Demon Dog, good to see you as well.
He's one of the murders occur, and then afterwards you see the car drive away.
And we're going to see that tonight.
We will see it. Yes.
Wow. What's been the biggest thing that stuck out to you, Keith?
And that video in general, guys, was not supposed to be released. They didn't want that put out at all, but it was. How about that?
As you've been preparing.
As of right now, Pebbles, I do believe it's viewable. I watched it just the other night with my moderators. Christy Nevada, welcome, dear. Good to see you. I don't know. Is it still up, you guys? I haven't watched it in a while. Been like 3 days, I think 2 or 3 days. But anyway, the damage is done. It doesn't matter. The damage is done. So I don't see that's probably why they wouldn't pull it anyway, because the damage has been done. How many people millions of people do you think watched that episode that night? You know what I mean? They already did it. It's over. And again, you can't turn that around now. It was the Dateline episode, Tish, the newest one. Gary Hyman, welcome. Good to see you, friend. Great to have you here, bud.
In this episode versus previous reporting, which we've heard, and this story has been highly covered across the spectrum. But what's been your biggest takeaway or insight?
Well, that video was pretty extraordinary, and it tells you a lot. It also weighs pretty heavily as a piece of evidence, I think. A good deal of the evidence is circumstantial. There is the DNA on the knife sheath, but also a slight problem with that in that the FBI broke its own rules in order to be able to test that DNA with a familial DNA site that normally is not available to them. You have to sign a form saying you're okay with law enforcement looking into your DNA profile if you want to be on one of these sites. But the FBI went to a site where people do not sign that waiver, and it's a bigger site. They have, that gives them the opportunity to whittle down who the person would be that they're looking for, and it succeeded. But they're supposedly prevented by their own regulations from entering that website. Nevertheless, they did. So
yeah,
we'll be able to use that too. But,
right, the defense has made some filings about that and whether they legally got it or obtained it. Another thing the defense has said recently is talking about Brian Koberger's autism diagnosis and his mental capabilities as far as one reason why they wanted to strike the death penalty off the table. Do you get much into his mental state of mind or potential,
really not, yeah, not much more than, I think you would be hard pressed to find a psychiatrist who's prepared to examine Koberger over a television set or just from the limited amount we know. The defense says he has autism, and perhaps that's so, I don't know. The suggestion was that he is OCD also, and that may have explained some of his behaviors. The judge has already ruled that this doesn't really, it's not going to impact any possibility of a death penalty.
Yeah, it will be such a fascinating trial to watch here in just a couple of months. I know that all eyes are going to be on Boise as this goes. It could probably the longest trial in Idaho history, they're saying.
Could be. I mean, there are lots of issues that will have to be gone into in depth. Yeah.
Right. All right, Keith, tonight, Dateline, you can watch it. It starts at 9 o'clock Eastern and Pacific time. And for those of us in the middle of the country, it starts at 8 o'clock, 2 hours, all new Dateline with Keith. And then you can find it on Peacock starting Saturday. and then it comes out on the podcast next week.
You're streaming to say those things. Thank you, Nate.
So there's that. Any thoughts, anybody? Like I said, guys, there's a link pinned in chat. If anybody wants to join me, please do. I would love to hear from you. Hold on here. Where are we at here? There we go.
I'm not a fan of.
We'll get into that here next. Yes, more lies. It's a bunch of bullshit, truly, and it's ridiculous in my opinion. Hang on. Till Hitler realizes this has been going on since the beginning of the case. Wait till he gets sent messages from. Yeah, agreed, Jen. And I said last night to one of my mods, or to a couple of them, I said, I wonder with this order he's putting in, the orders he put in with the defense and the prosecution, they need to, not that he will, I know he won't, it probably doesn't make sense to you guys, but I think that should be retroactive. They should have made that retroactive through the whole case, in my opinion, in relation to the non-dissemination order, but it's not going to happen. And if it's retroactive, I think that should be punishable from the beginning. That's just my opinion, but it won't happen, like I said. So, let's see here. Annie Mae, welcome. Good to see you. I don't think they do, Annie. I don't think they do. I don't think they do at all. I think that what it did was the statement made, I think, is trying to make people believe they might. I don't believe they do. Yeah, they did. They threw the FBI under the bus. Dateline did that for sure. Which I think it's something we already knew. I stated a long time ago, the FBI used an unsanctioned database, I believe. Well, there's your answer, Heritage. They shouldn't have done that. And we know they shouldn't have done it. They told Moscow to not use it for that reason, I'm sure, but they did anyway. So it is what it is. So I have another one I wanted to review. If nobody wants to pop up here and talk about what we just watched, that's fine. That's fine. I want to review this other one because it has some other information that I thought was quite interesting too. Truly. Let's see. Where's the video? Steve said they have him getting out of the car and going into the house. Again, I never believed they had that. I think what's going on with Steve truly is that he's being told certain things to keep him positive towards the case, that they're telling him, here's what we got this in the bag, state, federal, whatever you want, Steve, we got it. Don't worry about it. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep putting the word out there, because I believe that's part of what's going on. Again, jury tampering, in my opinion. Thank you so much, Moto Man. God bless. I don't think Hitler cares that this info was leaked. He just wants this case over with. Well, in some senses, you could be right. Okay, Annie, sounds great, hon. I appreciate you. You could be right, Moto Man. But I know one thing, that's going to make him look bad. So in turn, he's got to do something to make this look right. Okay. Yeah. Appreciate that so very much, Moto Man. God bless. And I do agree to an extent with you, sir. Appreciate the super chat though. That's what I think too. He's just believing what they're telling him. 100%. 100%. That's truly how I feel with it. And there is no proof that a K-bar was used, and I almost disagree that it was. We're to believe there was a K-bar used because they found a damn sheath, okay? Mabbott said there was a very, very large knife. Well, a 7-inch blade is not a very large knife, folks, in my opinion. But that's a great statement, Tish. I agree with you all the way. Welcome, Miss Allison. Good to see you today. Let's see here. They are sly. They used him to push their narrative, and that's what they want him to do. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job, Steve. Keep doing it. You're tampering with the jury, keeping the narrative going. I truly feel that way. Brian's in the house. What's up, Brian guy? Good to see you, buddy. Glad to see you, but I was kind of worried about you. Scott. Sure. Not as based on what they told us those wounds looked like, but it'll do something, that's for sure. All right, guys, let's review this next one here. This next one's got some interesting stuff in it too that I really have some interest in. Certain things that are said here, I should say. I'm sorry. All right. Now pay attention to this one too. This is from the hearing the other day, okay? Some of these things that were stated then, I didn't quite catch the meaning until after the fact. So,
Of surprises, as you may. I'm not a fan of surprises, as you may have figured out by now. I want to know in advance, as far as possible, when there are issues that need to be addressed.
The judge in Brian Kohberger's case laying down the law and the rules ahead of Kohberger's trial for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Plus, the judge drops a bomb about the fallout from a leak of evidence about Kohberger to a national news outlet.
I would be open to a request for a appointment of a special prosecutor.
Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy.
now the other morning when we were sitting here waiting on the hearing to start, they were like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes late, something like that. And I said, geez, I wonder what they're doing. I wonder if they're talking about Steve G's world tour and the Dayline stuff. I wondered if they were in there talking about that. I'll be damned, but that's not what they were in there talking about. That's why they were late. He was in there going off about that stuff. So here we are. Again, like I said, it's going to make him look bad, you guys. And that, in my opinion, that's the majority of the reason as to why he's so worried about it. Truly, that's what I think. Thank you, Wisdom. Anybody wants to jump into sauce with us, guys, that's the link to do it. You can jump in, become a member, and be part of the family. We appreciate that so very much and love to have you. We got plenty of room. And if you have an iPhone, that's the best link to use right there. Thank you again, Wisdom. I appreciate you, dear. All right.
The judge presiding over Brian Kohberger's trial is apparently not happy. There's a gag order in the case. They actually call it a non-dissemination order. And at least one person, maybe more than one person, has violated that order in a big, big way. Information that had never been released was leaked to a national news outlet. More on the specifics of that here in a bit.
Yes, you
Kohberger's
did.
trial for the murders of those 4 University of Idaho students is scheduled to begin in August. Jury selection begins at the end of July. Kohberger maintains his innocence in the murders of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Santa Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. The case has been watched around the world since news that the 4 college students were murdered in the house on.
Kim says they're saying leak of evidence. So is it evidence or not? To me, that means they're going to use some of it. They may have tried to use some of it at some point, I'm sure, but most of it it's probably not admissible in my opinion. I didn't, Charlotte. I'm sorry. Welcome. I'll have to look at that after the fact. I did not see that. Probably storms. It's horrible. I hope everybody there is okay. But thank you for joining us today. So I don't know how much of it is admissible in court, is what I'm saying. That type of stuff. We'll see. But they may have tried to use some of it against him per se. I'm sure. So I don't know. I can't give a full-blown answer to that question, Kim. I would like to be able to, but we don't know yet. You know what I mean? But it's a good question. It really is. Thank you again for your input.
King Road broke in November of 2022. It was a mystery. It was horrifying, and police had few, if any, leads for many weeks. They asked for help from the public, and members of the public obliged, calling in thousands and thousands of tips. Then Brian Kohberger was arrested and charged in late December of 2022, more than 6 weeks after the murder.
And I'm going to tell you, I said something to one of Tomboy last night and Miss Tandy, we were talking. I said, I wonder if because of this, and I probably not something I don't know about, of course, again, because I'm not an attorney. I don't know all the ins and outs of this stuff. I know a lot, but not enough. I wonder if Ann could make a motion because of this to dismiss the death penalty because of what happened. Okay. And I wonder, I don't even know if that's allowed, but it would be a good reason considering what happened. Will she do it? I don't know. Can she do it? I don't know. But it definitely would be interesting to see. Hello, Miss Heather. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
There's been a tremendous amount of publicity surrounding the case, so much so that the defense asked to move the trial to Boise, 5 hours south of Moscow, and that request was granted. Preparations for the trial have been underway for months and months, with motions filed. Before I get into how that non-dissemination order was violated and what the judge wants done about this, let's get into what's going to happen at the trial. Judge Hippler has been no nonsense from the start, and he told both sides he doesn't want them wasting the jury's time.
To start with, I'm not a fan of surprises, as you may have figured out by now. I want to know in advance, as far as possible, when there are issues that need to be addressed. That includes evidentiary issues. So if you know that you're going to object to some line of evidence, or you anticipate that there's going to be objections to a line of evidence, I don't want to wait until that is offered in the middle of trial for a couple of reasons. One, I don't have the opportunity to look at the issue to the degree that I would want to in order to give you the best ruling that I can. And two, it doesn't give you the opportunity to make the best case for me that you can for either excluding or overruling any objection. And perhaps even more important than all of that, from my perspective, is in what is already going to be an quite lengthy trial, it just extends it. And nothing frustrates jurors more than sitting around in the juror room doing nothing while we're in here doing something. And so that helps guard against that and minimize that amount of downtime that we may have.
Now, you heard Hippler say he doesn't like surprises, and he also doesn't like nonsense or people making claims that they can't back up. We've seen that in past hearings, and he reminded both sides of that.
Speaking of chicanery, I'm not fond, and you folks know that by now, of making accusations against opposing counsel that are not well-founded and supported by specific actual evidence. I know that you can get along, but I also know that over the course of a trial, particularly a long one, tension rises. And so I remind you of that, to don't talk to each other directly when we're in court, right? When the session's going, everything goes through the court as you know, the protocol with courts generally is. Refer to each other by professionally, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, not by first name.
I don't know that he's whispering, Mittens. It was found out that I guess he had throat cancer at one time. So I think that might be part of just the way he talks now because of the surgery that he had, maybe. It could have affected his throat and his vocal cords in a sense. And the microphone, you see how far away he is from it, which is why it's always so hard to hear him. And he's soft-spoken to begin with. So I think that could be what it is, Mittens. Just saying.
Name while we're on the record. Again, avoid making accusations that you don't have the tickets for, or the receipts for, I should say. And under no circumstances should you make such accusations in front of the jury.
This is another law and crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later
a sequestered phase, whether that be, for example, in a penalty phase or
No. Don't feel bad. I'm just giving you an answer to a possible answer to a question. I don't know. It was stated that he had beat that at one time. It could be that he's just soft spoken to begin with. And you see the microphone, it's like over here, I don't know, but you don't have to apologize, Mittens, by any means whatsoever.
Or earlier in the case, should it become necessary, I will likely extend the hours of the trial to fill up the jurors' days. Part of the reason to give some time at the end of the day is so that they can do the errands of life that they need to do. But if we are hosting them, so to speak, we don't have to worry about that.
The trial is scheduled for 3 months. That's a long, long time for jurors to potentially be sequestered, and most judges try to avoid that if possible. Then the discussion turned to cameras. Hippler said he plans to stream the trial using the court's cameras.
And Your Honor, as the court is aware, we have, unlike most cases, we have multiple victims here. So we will have multiple victim coordinators to work with separate families. We will coordinate that with Ms. Barrios' office to let her know.
Are you talking about one per family?
Hopefully not like that, but we're going to need to split at least, we're going to need to have at least 2 separate groups.
All right, let's try to keep it as limited as we can, just because seats are at a premium. But
Yes, understood.
Right.
Your Honor, may I also ask the court in regard to the live stream from the witness stand? I believe that we mentioned this, at least in passing, in our trial brief. State anticipates that we may have witnesses who, for reasons the court articulated about the other 2 victims, surviving victims, that a public live stream where their images could be captured and played games with in the media world. Is it possible for the video of that live stream when they testify to be shut off and just have the audio? We also may have a small number of law enforcement witnesses who also do covert work, and broadcasting their images publicly would be undesirable. We will advise the court. We've asked the agencies to identify anybody in that capacity and to specify the basis, which we'll bring to the court. I just wanted to give Your Honor a heads up.
The defense also had something to say about witnesses being shown on camera.
Your Honor, this case is very high profile, and we've had people who have expressed reluctance to talk to us and being willing to testify for similar reasons. I did have a chance to speak with the state this morning, and we agreed that what we'd do is take a look at our entire witness list and try to figure out people that might be more sensitive to having their video camera on their face while they testify. And we may approach the court with a stipulation for certain numbers of them.
well, my intent would be with respect to victims, and I've already indicated I think the 2 roommates are victims.
I have issue with that too. They're witnesses, guys, in my opinion. They're victims of the circumstance per se, but that's as far as I feel it. They're witnesses to the situation. That's how they should be treated, as witnesses, not victims, in my opinion. And that's just me. I'm sure there's people that'll be upset with me for saying that, but at this point, with everything that's come out with them and how things went down, they're witnesses to me, not victims. I'm sorry. Not sorry.
There is a compelling interest to protect them. And so just as typically when media is present, they're not permitted to photograph or video.
Welcome, Tinsel and Dunwan.
Victims that may be in the courtroom.
Yeah, he keeps referring to that stupid burglary charge, that they're victims of the burglary charge. I highly disagree with that. I'm sorry.
If the victim requests it, their face will not be shown during the broadcast. In terms of those that work covert, I gotta see where the parties land on that. If they weren't covert in this case, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to think about that, and you may have to convince me, because I think there is public interest at play here.
So right there.
So we have law enforcement that's working undercover right now. That's basically what Bill's talking about. Okay, I get it. Whatever. So be it. But that's your job. you know. And what I worry about with this, though, is when Anne stands up and says that she has some people, as far as witnesses, that didn't want to talk to her to begin with, okay? And they had to really work them to get them to testify anything. And if they don't want to be seen because they're fear for their life for whatever reason or something, that could be dangerous. And dead in turn, in my opinion, it sounds like she has some people that are willing to talk that may know something of importance that could probably maybe exculpate Brian. Okay, maybe that would be important, folks. And if they're not willing to talk because they fear that they're going to be seen on camera, that could be a problem. And I hope that doesn't happen. Just saying. Trying to catch you guys up in chat here. Just bear with me. I'm sorry for pausing. Thank you, DKM. I appreciate that. You could be right, WB. Welcome, by the way. Tinsel, good to see you. DW, good to see you. Yes, Dylan had 4 interviews, 4 whatever you call them. But yes, it was all a bunch of BS, each one of them. Bill is trying to do what Arizona did for Balance recently in the Daybell stuff. Balance trying to claim he's undercover now, so he can't show his face. Yeah, 100%. I agree with you, Annie, on that one for sure. Whoa, Miss Kim gifted 5 memberships. I can't see who got those, but welcome to the sauce, all 5 of you. Thank you, God. That was so generous of you, Kim. God bless. Very amazing. Very amazing. Thank you so much. Whoever you are that just was gifted the memberships, guys, welcome to the sauce. Welcome to the family. We appreciate that so very much. Oh, well, we did find out that we now do know for sure, for a fact, that those 2 are going to be testifying based on what was just stated, guys. They're going to be testifying. That's good. That's great. I believe they need to. Holy meatballs. Mama Bear's been a member for 31 months. Good Lord have mercy. That's a long time, Mama Bear. And thank you so much. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. That's a fact. You're the other side of me, the other half of me. And I couldn't do this without you, dear. And I appreciate you so very much. Happy Dagoversary, Mama Bear. We love you. That's awesome. That is so awesome. And again, Kim, thank you so much for those memberships. That was so amazing. It looks like Lisa got one. That's awesome. Yeah, Mama Bear's been around here from the beginning. A lot of the Wisdom Speaks and a lot of other people have been too. Tomboy, Molly, Mikey. Well, welcome, Lisa. It's great to have you here. And whoever else received them, same to you. All right, on we go.
You heard Hippler is committed to a public trial and the process being transparent. If the surviving roommates don't want their faces shown during their testimony, they won't be. There will also be a 3D model of the King Road house for jurors to see the layout of the home.
With respect to the model, I think referred to as the dollhouse by Mr. Thompson, has that been produced for the defense to inspect?
It has, Your Honor. It's actually here in this courthouse, has been for a few weeks, and Mr. Herwood facilitated the defense viewing it yesterday.
Okay.
That's a good question, Fizzy. I don't know. So if Dylan and Bethany are testifying, do they get to sit in the court the whole time? If so, why was it such an issue about BK's family? That's a good question, Fizzy. That's an interesting question.
It's available for the court's inspection, well, if the court would like to look at it. And just for the record, to the extent that the model was characterized as a dollhouse, I think that was an inappropriate characterization. It is an inappropriate characterization. If I'm responsible for it, I assume responsibility, but that's simply not an appropriate way for it to be described, given what occurred there and the victims.
Wow, Mr. Thompson, what a way to kiss up there, sir.
I think a better term is simply a model.
Yes, sir.
Rough model. given that it is admittedly not to
I agree, Lisa.
Scale precisely. So
now to the part of the hearing that probably had prosecutor Bill Thompson and lead defense attorney Ann Taylor pretty uncomfortable.
Wisdom said no witnesses do not sit in the open court and until they are released. I kind of thought that too. Wisdom worked in the court system, guys, so she would know that. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I wasn't sure, so I didn't really want to answer that. But there's your answer, and thank you for that again.
Although they did their best to hide it. I told you earlier this week about the episode of Dateline that aired a lot of information that they claimed to have obtained from sources. That information included selfies taken from Brian Kohberger's phone.
Yes, in my opinion, it is 2WB. Wait, where'd your comment go? I thought I just threw it up here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Yeah, right there. Guys, they built this model with just 2 rooms. 2 rooms. The rooms that the murders happened in. And I understand that part, but you need the entire house to show what's going on that night, okay? The whole house. You need to be able to hear things in the house, in my opinion. You need to be able to experience the house, in my opinion. Entrance and exits and where the rooms are as compared to where things happened. All of that should have happened. That house should have never been torn down, in my opinion. I've always said that. But so this model is in my opinion, it's worthless. It's not going to show the full aspect of what went down. So again, the jury's not going to get the whole story, in my opinion. And I agree with that, WB. I've always had issues with that. So it is what it is. And funny as it is, as much as they seem to falter, they listen to what Steve has to say. He didn't want it taken down either. Just saying.
Where he was wearing all black, sometimes a hoodie or even a hood. The episode even included video footage of suspect vehicle 1 circling the King Road neighborhood before the murders. That footage had never been seen publicly. Only screen grabs had been included with motions filed by the defense. And then Dateline reported that Brian Kohberger had searched.
That's a great point, Sarah. That's a great point. The house was covered in blood so much that it was noticeable, making the roommate's excuse limiting the crime scene to 2 rooms is so inaccurate. I agree that at least those 2 rooms there was a lot of blood in those 2 rooms. The whole house, in my opinion, needed to be there to refer to the fact of how the perpetrator came in, or perpetrators came in, where they went, what they did, and how they left, in my opinion. And you need to be able to hear sounds from floor to floor, room to room. You're not going to get that out of the damn model. Sorry. But again, good statement, Sarah, and thank you for joining us today. Wellington Oda, welcome. Good to see you. Deborah Ackland, welcome back. Good to have you here. Donkey, your question was, where was it? Hold on a minute here. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up here real quick. Give me a second. Why did they tear it down is the question. Well, I believe it was Scott Green that pushed for that to be tore down. That's my opinion. I think they wanted it tore down. Good morning, Miss JC. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here, dear. I think that they wanted it tore down because it was an eyesore and whatever. But I think there's a financial aspect to it, on my opinion. That's just me. Limiting it to 2 rooms validates the roommate's story of not noticing anything off for 8 hours. A whole house would have shown the true capacity and inaccuracy of 1 perpetrator, 2 survivor storyline. Bingo. Again, great statement, Sarah, and thank you for being here. Captain Jenks, good morning and good afternoon. Good to see you, brother. Thank you, Mama Bear. And again, Cap agrees. Okay, guys, 1 second here. Let me pull this here. Yes. All right, yes, guys, and this was talked about the other day. If I can get it back up to there. That's blood, folks. That is absolutely blood. Okay. I've seen blood enough. I've been on enough crime scenes. I've been on enough accident scenes. That's blood. Absolute blood on the foundation there. Okay. And with as much blood that it was explained that was in Xana's room, that makes perfect sense based on the way the house sits. So that is blood. There's no two ways about that. I just wanted to show that because a few people had questions about that and weren't sure of it. So there you go. The cat lady's in the house. Good morning, Miss Cat Lady. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. I understand. I wasn't going to watch it either, but a few of us got together in a Discord one night and we've been talking about the things that were said on it. I figured we might as well watch it. Actually, SRB said we probably should watch it. We probably should watch it to be able to talk about it per se, to know the different pieces of information. So I agree with that too. And Noel, my dear, good morning. Thank you so much for that. God bless. And I wanted to thank you. I didn't get a chance to because I fell out and my internet dropped, for your super chat the other day. God bless. That was so very generous to you. As always, we appreciate you so much, Noel. And I love that you're part of this family and this community. And it's wonderful to have you here today. So thank you much. Very much. God bless you. All right, let me move this back over here, you guys. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, let me move this and this. Sorry, guys. Okay. And again, guys, thank you to anybody that donates to the channel, guys. We don't expect it. I like to say this every time because I want to make sure everybody knows. We don't expect you to do it to be here, but we do appreciate it, guys. Anybody that does what Noel just did, or donates to the Cash App, the PayPal, the Venmos, the memberships, all of that stuff. God bless you guys. It does help me stay up and running and keeps my channel going day after day. But it's never expected. We absolutely appreciate it from the heart, though. So thank you all.
Serial killer Ted Bundy before and after the murders, along with a paper one of his professors wrote about Bundy. Whether the Bundy searches were related to Kohberger's coursework as a criminology student, we don't know. Kohberger, according to Dateline, also saved or watched 60 stories about the Idaho murders on YouTube and searched for pornography that included the terms forced, drugged, passed out, and asleep.
All of the things that Brian Googles. Guys, if they were to look at my Google search history, or Mama Bears, or SRBs, or Alicia's, or anybody else's in here, we would all be looked at the same way then, because every one of us has looked up these things. Okay, mind you that Brian Kohberger is a criminology student. That's normal. Ted Bundy. I went through a phase because Jeffrey Dahmer's from 20 minutes down the road from here is where he was born. I went through a whole phase of Googling him every other day and reading his life story and looking into this, that, and everything else. So that doesn't mean I'm going to be him. That's just ridiculous. It proves nothing other than the fact that he's a criminology student to me. Okay. I'm just saying. It's ridiculous.
The episode probably had the defense absolutely fuming. Some of the information is probably not even admissible, meaning the jury would never see it. And it wasn't released through court documents. So whoever released it violated that non-dissemination order. And Hippler noticed. Take a listen.
My plan today, as we sit, is to get through the jury selection. I see where we're at.
Good point.
The intent that we not sequester to start. As I explained this morning, the more people talk to the media and the more things that are in the media that are not admissible, whether true or not.
Need some Z's. I don't see how that could be blood, though. That would mean the foundation was okay. That house, there was an addition built onto the house. The top half of that house. That's an addition, okay? Going inside the house, the way that house was put together, as you could see when it was tore down, it was a shitty house, folks. It was built bad. It wasn't the greatest thing. The insulation was garbage. The walls were very thin. The house sat on a hill, okay? And it shifts. As houses settle, they shift. It leans, all that kind of stuff. There were gaps in the corners of the floors to the walls and things like that. based on what we heard about Ethan, I'm just going to give you a for instance, okay? Based on what we heard about Ethan, about how they pierced his, I believe his carotid artery, his neck, that's a bleed out right there. An insane bleed. It will bleed like crazy until there's no blood left. As it hits the floor, think about this, okay? The house is on a lean. It's going to roll to the furthest, downhill, and it's going to hit the place that it can, and it's going to hit that wall crack and slide down and come down that foundation 100%, folks. I see it as what it is. That's why I know and I understand, especially after hearing what happened to Ethan with his throat. That makes sense to me perfectly. But that's absolutely blood. It is absolutely blood. Yeah, it was a shitty built house, folks. Absolutely a crappy house. When they put the addition on, it's a very strange addition. I've never seen anybody build an addition that way on a house that's on a hill like that too. It's built into that hill. It's just weird. And once it settles after a few years, it's been there for a long time. That was Scott Green's birth home. It's where he lived when he was born. And it's all that stuff in there has been redone again and again and again. It's just a shitty house, 100%. Cap's right. It was a fire hazard, very poorly put together. The rooms that were added were just to make money to it. They were just trying to make it, the landlord per se was trying to make more money off of it. So it's just a mess. And that's why it went down so quick and so easy. When they hit that thing and it just collapsed like that, it was like, wow, that was easy. You know what I mean? And it shouldn't be. So again, there were gaps between the walls, the floorboards on the corners and stuff like that. So that's how that ended up draining all the way down through the wall to the foundation like that. Makes perfect sense. But anyway, Cracker Jack house, basically.
The more difficult it makes things. And so I'm going to have to figure that out as we get close. For now, intent is not to do that, but we will have plans in place to revert to that if we have to at any point during the trial.
No, you're right, Tinsel, but the FBI would. Moscow PD would. Idaho State Police would. And any person from any one of those agencies could leak that information to Steve with no problem. No problem. It probably was, Tinsel. If you think about it, it probably was. There was an HVAC truck there, so who knows? Who knows the type of furnace it had, I'm sure it was cold.
Do either of you want to make a record about sequestration at this point?
I would say the only
good
record
point
right now is that we understand what the court is saying during jury selection. If we still don't know if that could come up, the potential jurors should just be aware that it could come up prior.
It'll be part of the question that the questionnaire, as well as part of the hardship determination. Is there some reason they would be unable? I get that they wouldn't like to be, but would there be unable? Do they have a sick family member they care for or whatever, where they have to be home, right? So we'll talk to them about that.
They didn't come out and say it. They're not going to do that. That's crazy. But that's what we're talking about today. That's why I put that title in, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Was it the FBI, Moscow, or Idaho State? Because it could be anybody. It could have been, I have a feeling that there could have been a Moscow officer involved as well. Steve did make mention a while back that he was talking to an FBI agent at some point that was talking to him about certain things. That could be it. It could be a multitude of a couple different things, maybe. Who knows? That's my guess. Now, for those of you that didn't catch it, the Dateline did throw the FBI under the bus when it came to the testing of the sheath. So who knows? Who knows?
Anything from you, Counsel Thompson, about that?
Not at this point. I understand the court might entertain some things in a closed environment later today, and we do have some sensitive issues to raise at that point.
So Hippler discussed this with the attorneys in a closed session, and now
I don't know, Marcy. That's a good statement. Question. Is Steve going to go silent now? He was threatened before in a way about it, and he didn't. So who knows? He might for a little while. We'll see. I don't think that he can keeps their certain things to himself. I think he wants to express these things, in my opinion. But that's a good question.
He wants an investigation.
In the closed session this morning, I indicated to you I'm going to be entering.
Yes, Moonlit, that's true, and I've always had a problem with that. Scott Green was updated 2 times a day and sat in on every press release, every meeting that law enforcement had. Why did that happen? He's not law enforcement. He's not legal aid. He's not a judge. He's not any of that. He shouldn't have been involved in any of that stuff, but he was. That's interesting to me, too. They need to look at a few different people, in my opinion. They need to look into law enforcement, possibly the prosecution. Howard Blum. Okay, Scott Green, maybe. Again, like I said, we're going to talk about that part, too, with Scott Green, because I wouldn't put it past. He wants this shut down and quieted down. Get it over with. Convict the guy. Let's go. That's my opinion, but that's the wrong way to do it, obviously.
An order requiring retention of records by the state, and I'm going to write another one extending that to the defense as it relates to violations of the non-dissemination order. I'm going to give you a copy of what that order is going to look like that I will execute likely over the lunch hour. It does require some action on your part, counsel. And as I indicated, I would be open to a request for a appointment of a special prosecutor, and that special prosecutor to ask for a magistrate inquiry, so they have the power of subpoena and the power to question witnesses under oath, as well as the power to grant immunity. So I will be looking for that from you. And that one just deals with the state.
I've heard that too, Tinsel. That makes 0 sense. Absolutely no sense. Why in God's name would anybody from the defense side do this? There's nothing to gain. It's going to make their job harder. Okay? It makes no sense. That's why those documents that he put out were 2 different documents. One of them was basically pointing to the prosecution and accusing, okay? And telling them, we know that this came from your side of things. You need to fix this and let us know who it is. The other document was telling the defense, you need to lock your shit down and be careful who you have around and make sure that this doesn't get out. That's what those documents stated. So, and listen, I don't have a problem with Steve. I actually feel very, very bad for Steve. I couldn't imagine what he's going through. I have respect for Steve in that aspect. I do. What he's doing, though, is what I don't like. And I don't think that he's doing it per se, maybe not on purpose all the way. I guess, for lack of better terms, that sounds dumb, but I think he's being fed certain things for a reason. And he thinks he's doing the right thing. That's my feeling. But as a person, I don't dislike him in that aspect at all. I can't imagine what the man's going through, or the whole family for that matter. But I think he's being used as a pawn to run a specific narrative to make sure that it stays on track, no matter what. That's my opinion. And he's under the belief, based on everything he's been told, I'm sure, this is who did it. No matter what anybody tells you, no matter what anybody says, he did it. Don't forget that, Steve. Don't forget that. I believe that's what's being fed to him. And again, that's just my opinion, guys.
I will get you one that deals with your side to preserve records. All right.
So Judge Hippler is putting it on Prosecutor Bill Thompson to initiate the process to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate the source of the leak. The order.
Now, that's what I was talking about this morning, you guys, when I said that Hippler was telling Thompson, this is on you. You have to initiate the process to get the special prosecutor appointed. That's what I was trying to explain to you guys. There it is. That's why I was reviewing this with you guys. And that's what I was trying to refer to, which I thought was quite interesting that that's up, how that works. So just saying.
Order from Hippler states, based on sensitive information not previously publicly circulated, that was reported during a recent Dateline TV program related to this case and the defendant Brian Kohberger, it appears likely that someone violated the court's non-dissemination order. Such violations not only undermine the rule of law, potentially by persons charged with upholding it, but also significantly impede the ability to seat an impartial jury and will likely substantially increase the cost to try this case by extending the time it will take to seat a jury and potentially requiring a lengthy period of jury sequestration. Hippler said the leak frustrates the ability of both sides to receive a fair trial. Hippler continues, accordingly, the court finds it is imperative to attempt to see that the source of such leak is identified and held to account, and that doing so is the best deterrent to future violations. Hippler is ordering both sides and anyone who has worked for them on this case to preserve all of their records. So to discuss all of this drama that's going on in this case, I want to bring in Mark Weaver. He has prosecuted death penalty cases in the state of Ohio. He also works as a special prosecutor and sometimes a judge. So Mark, I want to know your reaction to Judge Hippler, who is not pleased. Quite obviously, he's calling on the prosecutor, the lead prosecutor in this case, Bill Thompson, to submit a request to him to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate this leak of information to Dateline. He calls it sensitive information. It was obviously from discovery materials. And he says a lot of this information may not have been admissible.
Yeah, this is about as serious as it gets. I represented a judge in a state Supreme Court case who had entered a gag order and murder case. And so I'm very familiar with the powers of judges to do this. And it's very common in death penalty cases to have gag orders. What's much less common is for the judge to be so upset that he sets up what will essentially be a criminal inquiry, not run by him, but by somebody else, where people will have to not only maintain and preserve all their records, but probably go under oath and swear under penalty of perjury that they did not, in fact, leak this material.
Bingo, Noel. Bingo. That's a great statement right there. Remember when he said there were business decisions being made on top of justice? Remember that. That stuck with me too. He will be taken care of. He will get his. It'll be handled. All of those things were stated, guys. Think about it. Facts are facts.
So it's hard to imagine a
Noel.
more stringent step taken by this judge.
The judge noted, in the public hearing that they had a closed session about this. So that there were words exchanged, things were said in this closed session. We're not privy to it. I wish we were. So I am sure he called the prosecutor on the carpet. He called the defense attorney on the carpet. I am sure many things were said in this exchange about how in the heck this happened, weeks out from jury selection, that information from the defendant's phone makes its way to Dateline, things that weren't even discussed in pretrial motions, things about searches for pornography and selfies and searches about serial killers and things of that nature. So tell me what probably happened from your perspective as somebody who has been a prosecutor in death penalty cases and represented judges about what probably happened in that closed session.
I imagine the volume was louder back in the closed session, whether it was in chambers or in a closed courtroom, than what we heard.
Good point, Cat Lady. Thank you for your input too, dear. I appreciate it. Mikey's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Don't work too hard today, brother. Please don't.
The judge is clearly angry, and he has a right to be. Everything about a death penalty case is different from your garden variety felonies or even murders for that matter, because there are so many different ways the judgment can be overturned on appeal. And so good on the judge for wanting to protect the record, as we say, in every possible situation.
And like I said, folks, don't get it wrong. He needs to protect himself too. Like I said, if this goes the wrong direction, stuff like this happens, so on and so forth, and he just sits there quietly, it's going to make him look bad as a judge. He ain't going to have that. Truly, he's not going to have that. That's why this happened, guys. It's not just to protect the record. I'm sure that he needs to do that again for himself, but yeah, it's more, in my opinion, because he looks bad if it goes down like this, and it looks as if he has no control over the situation. He's not going to have that, guys. Based on what I've seen from him, it's not going to happen that way. Welcome, Devil Woman. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us.
Most of what we saw in this Dateline report would not be admissible, or it certainly would be admissible only over strenuous objections by the defense. So the judge is trying to protect this trial. Now, remember, though, jurors don't have to come in with no knowledge of facts. They simply have to be able to attest that they can set aside anything they heard outside of the court and focus on the evidence.
He clearly, my reading of the separate orders that he wrote to the defense and the prosecution, he clearly suspects this leak came from the state side. He is telling the prosecutor, you have to come to me within 7 days with a plan about how you're going to prevent such leaks in the future. So that, to me, he didn't say that to the defense. He suspects this came from law enforcement.
Well, law enforcement typically has the inculpatory evidence, the things that prove the crime, that they give it over to the defense in discovery, so defense have it as well. But the motive would be on the law enforcement side. Having said that, in a case this complicated, there are dozens of people who have access to this records. In law enforcement at various agencies, at the prosecutor's office, consultants and experts and advisors to the defense and the prosecution teams, possibly could be more than 50 people have access to this record. And going forward, it's going to be hard to say to the judge that I can guarantee that this won't happen again, because these leaks are done unauthorized fashion. They're not official leaks. These are people who are looking to either get some glory for themselves or help the case along, whatever. It's hard for a prosecutor to guarantee it won't happen again.
I mean, you can trace who has access to these materials. And he talked about how the inquiry that could be launched, the people would have subpoena power, the magistrate would have subpoena power, the ability to grant immunity to people. So I'm sure they can whittle down, and everything has a digital trail these days, a fingerprint. I'm sure they can figure out quite quickly who leaked this material.
I think that's right. And you could see the judge is giving the special prosecutor tools to do that. But people who review the order might want to know why the judge has a no destruction order. Because now, if he has put them on notice that anybody who destroys something, shouldn't do it, now we have potential tampering with evidence charges that could be brought forth. In most states, tampering with evidence is not a crime unless you have reason to know that you're supposed to be holding on to the evidence because a prosecution or some other proceeding is in process. So the judge has put everybody on notice, don't destroy things. And then he said to the sides, I want to know everybody who has access to the records. If I were the special prosecutor, that is a very clear path for me to do my investigation. I know who to talk to, I'll put them under oath, and if they lie, that's perjury, and if they destroyed evidence, that's just tampering with evidence. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you see somebody charged out of this.
They can be charged, and it's interesting to me, Mark, in the Murdaugh case out of South Carolina, we just saw the clerk this week, Miss Becky. She was charged with perjury for allowing, she apparently gave out sealed exhibits, and SLED says she lied about it. So she's not only charged with lying about under oath to a judge about giving out the sealed exhibits, she's also charged with misconduct for giving out the sealed exhibits. So,
yeah,
you can be charged with disclosing this stuff.
That's true. The people on the government side, the prosecution, law enforcement, have a higher burden of following the law than people on the defense side. Both sides have to follow the gag order or the non-dissemination order. That's true. But we expect people in law enforcement to abide by a higher standard, particularly for the prosecutors who are not ethically supposed to be seeking a conviction. They're ethically supposed to be seeking justice. And as a result, leaking something that might be not admissible right ahead of a trial is certainly not seeking justice.
And Judge Hippler talked about how this is going to increase the cost of seating a jury, that the potential is there, and that this may also lead to him having to sequester the jury. So not only is it going to increase the time it may take to seat the jury, they may have to end up sequestering the jury. And there's also a possibility that more inadmissible information could leak.
Yeah, and the jury questionnaire is going to change now, guys. Like I said the other day, it's definitely welcome. Gianna Gambino's in the house. Good to see you, Gianna. That questionnaire is now going to include: did you watch the Dateline episode? What did you think of it? Did it make you feel any kind of way? Questions like that, probably, and so on and so forth. That's ridiculous. It's going to take longer. The sequestration is going to be a problem now. It's just more issues again with the jury. As if they weren't going to have enough. As if Brian doesn't have the ability to have a fair trial at this point. In my opinion, he don't. Anywhere in the state, I don't think he's going to. That just made it worse. A total and complete hit piece smear campaign against Brian Koberger when he already had everything stacked against him, in my opinion. I don't believe he'll get a fair trial, and I think this made it worse. They know that. They absolutely knew that.
So he's very concerned about this.
The judge is. I was surprised. I listened to all the back and forth with the judge and defense counsel the other day, and this judge is putting on more safeguards and guardrails and protections in this case than any case I've ever touched, including my death penalty cases. He is in earnest to make sure that this record is protected.
So he's laying down. He's a no nonsense kind of guy. I mean, he's not taking any guff from either side. I feel like he is being a little bit. Yesterday he was being a little more conciliatory toward the defense. I think he realizes this has gotten really messed up. The potential is there for this to have been really messed up. So Ms. Taylor, how do you feel about this? I want to know how Ms. Taylor feels about this. He's laying down the rules of the road for this trial. What I liked hearing from him was that
well, that's part of the point, Cap, is that a lot of it was probably inadmissible in court. Therefore, it couldn't be used against him. But now it's already in people's minds, possible jurors' minds and things like that. You're not going to forget about that now. They've seen it. You know what I mean? And if that stuff wasn't to be used against him in court or used in court, it couldn't be used against him. So now one more roadblock that he has to face. It's ridiculous.
Committed to transparency. They're talking about, we have witnesses that might not want their faces shown. And he's like, you're going to have to really convince me. He's saying that the surviving roommates, if they don't want their faces shown, he's open to not showing their faces, still allowing their audio out. But this is a judge who said the only way the public is going to have confidence in this result of this trial is if they see the trial.
Yeah, this is a difficult balance for a judge because we have two constitutional rights in tension. We have the Sixth Amendment right to fair trial that Brian Koberger has, and we have the First Amendment right of the press, like yourself, to be able to cover what is a public and open proceeding. By and large, we don't have secret trials in America. The founders of our country chose a different path. They want people to know what's happening in court. And it's not comfortable that witnesses have to step forward and perhaps be known, but that is our system. And the judge is trying to strike that balance between a fair trial and an open process.
Yeah, most definitely. It'll be interesting to see what happens next month. There's another hearing, June 18th. Everybody thought the hearing on Thursday would be the last one, but no, there will be another one. Another thing I thought was interesting, Mark, he said that he is giving the defense a piece of paper. He wants them to turn that in before trial, basically acknowledging whether or not there have been any plea negotiations and whether there's been a last best.
I could see that happening, Cat Lady. I definitely could.
Offer made. He wants that in case there's a conviction, because he wants to be able to show any appellate court or the state's highest court that he was made, if he's convicted, he was given an offer of a plea and he turned it down.
That's more and more lately. I'm seeing that with judges. They would like to know the final state of the plea offer before they move forward. They want that on the record. As a prosecutor, I like that because I think it protects the case from going up. But remember, the prosecution is in the driver's seat here. If the defense could get a deal where they could take the death penalty off the table, they would take it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would be interested to know if Brian Koberger would take that, because right now it sounds like they don't want a deal. So we'll see what happens moving forward. Mark Weaver, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Anjanette.
Another note about the pretrial conference. The defense has submitted information to the court under seal about alternate suspects that they want the jury to hear about at trial. These are people that they believe could have committed these murders. The state will object to this, of course, and they will argue about this in front of the judge at a hearing on June 18th. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me. I'll see you back here next time.
All right, hold on. All right, y'all. So that gives a lot. North Carolina Mountain Man, good to see you, brother. Somebody sent me this in my email. Let's see here. As I'm waiting to see who's going to join me here shortly to discuss this, guys. Let's check this out here real quick too. This isn't too long, and it's something that was just dropped last night. Kind of interesting the way this was put together. That's the point, is even if they put them out, Gianna, not stating their facts, people will make them facts in their own mind because they want them to be. That's how a lot of this works, sadly. It's very sad. Like I said, it's not reversible. You can't change it now. You know what I mean? It's absolutely not reversible, and it's already, the damage is done, and it's a problem.
911 location of your emergency.
Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
The energy is everywhere. They don't know how to react.
Tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
They're still in this level of denial of what's actually transpired in their home.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
At first, the police came out and said there was nothing suspicious about it.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
The dispatcher doesn't want to hear about what they think happened. They want to find out if we can actually save this life.
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check. But we have to.
There was somebody in the house at 4 a.m.
She's passed out. She's passed out. What's wrong?
That's the problem, Walt, is they won't allow that to happen. They will not allow anything positive to be put out about him. Nothing. Because then it would break the narrative. And that's the whole problem right there with what you just said.
She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
You don't see this sort of thing happening on a regular basis.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
It literally sent a chill through anybody that has kids.
I have already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line.
There's a police here right now.
Okay.
I think yes.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Happening right now in northern Idaho, an investigation underway into the deaths of 4 university students. The Moscow Police Department responded to a call for an unconscious person, and that's when they found the 4 victims dead.
There was news of 4 students who had died in a house.
MPD does not believe there is.
Come on now, Walt. You know better than that. I'm sure Dateline tried to get someone to say something good about Brian. Typically, people try to distance themselves. I'm sure they didn't. That's not part of the narrative. Of course, why they did. That's the last thing they would want. That's not how it's gone. And if that were to break, they're not going to keep it in there. Somebody probably did say something good about him. And like I said, with those interviews that they gave with Holly and the Asian girl, that's probably why the Asian girl refused to talk to them, because what they put out was not 100% right. But if Brian wasn't the suspect or wasn't arrested, Holly, that interview with that Holly girl would have been completely different, in my opinion. So, again, they don't want that. That's not what they're looking for.
Is an active threat to the community.
After a couple of days, people had moved on, and it wasn't until much later that people started looking at this a different way.
Moscow, Idaho police offering new details from their investigation.
The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
They were each stabbed multiple times, they believed, with a fixed blade knife.
The victims were perhaps asleep at the time in their own beds. Some had defensive wounds, and there were no signs of sexual assault.
It's not a single murder, it's a multiple murder, all taking place in one location.
We cannot say that there's no threat to the community. Please stay vigilant and be aware of your surroundings at all times.
I think people were initially a little freaked out.
It's a horrific crime to begin with, and it's a needless loss of life. People were cut off in their prime. Most crimes, particularly crimes of violence like homicide, are against people who know each other. It wasn't a situation where the house was broken into, where the perpetrator was trying to steal something. So it makes the case even more brazen, even more horrific.
For parents, this is the worst case scenario. When you send children off to school, the last thing you're thinking is that there's going to be a mass murder.
That's interesting. That's a 2014 Kia Forte. I don't know why they came up 14. Interesting looking vehicle. I'll just say it that way. Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to interrupt. I was just curious.
A candlelight vigil mourning the 4 University of Idaho students killed last month. Hundreds came to the event. They remembered the college students killed at an off-campus apartment with no known motive.
Oh God, we cry out in lament and grief for the lives cut short. We ask for comfort and consolation.
Once again, if he's on the spectrum, that's why. There have been people that said that he was a great guy. Have you ever had a conversation with Willie or heard anything Willie has stated? There have been people that have said that they didn't want to believe that he did it from his hometown area. Things like that.
For the families and friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Santa, and Madison.
Welcome, love.
Madison Mogan, beautiful blonde girl who was at school with her best friend, Kylie Gonsalves. Kylie and Madison grew up together. They had been best friends since 6th grade. These were just 2 peas in the same pot. They loved social media. They were vivacious young people. They were ready to start their lives.
Ethan and Zaina had been boyfriend and girlfriend. Ethan had just come to the University of Idaho as a freshman.
Ethan Chapin was such a special young man. He was one of triplets. He worked at a tulip farm. He sounded like the kid that you wanted to bring home to meet your parents.
Well, you don't know him. You don't know who he is. Nobody does. Okay, you don't know that. We know for a fact that there was an Asian woman that worked with him that had a thing for him, that wanted to get serious with him. He lit up her room. Okay, you don't know those types of things. No real outstanding redeeming qualities. He was very intelligent. He wasn't that bad of a looking guy. So how do you know that, though? To make a statement like that, you can't. Just as much as I can't make that statement about you. I don't know you like that. For all I know, you could have no redeeming outstanding qualities or could be not a good person, but I would never say that because I don't know you that way. You see what I'm saying? Just because he's a suspect in a murder trial does not mean you don't know him, and they're not allowing for anybody to know him that way. That's the problem. Okay, they will not allow for the world to see him in that aspect. Walt, sorry. Anyway, she's talking about Ethan on here. Yeah, I know. I was talking about what Walt had said. Wisdom, sorry. Anyway, welcome, Kate. And Pamela, good to see you. All right, I'll stop interrupting.
Parents. Xana Kernodle was bubbly and fun and the life of the party. She always had a smile on her face, and all of the pictures that we see of her are smiling and kind. So you now have a picture of these 4 really beautiful kids that were beautiful inside and out, who were just getting started. To hear that 4 kids are stabbed to death in the middle of the night in a small town, at a college town where they're supposed to just be having fun and being safe and learning, was absolutely terrifying.
Normally, the biggest issue in this town is how you pronounce it, Moscow. I'm Chris Daniels, longtime reporter here.
Exactly, Jen. Thank you.
Traveled all around the country. Hello again from the University of Idaho, where this particular day was in Moscow, Idaho. I've got a long history with Moscow, Idaho. Went to school myself at Washington State University, and it's just a short, straight drive from Moscow to the campus of Washington State University. 8 miles apart, those 2 campuses, and this is small town America.
Probably having lunch.
Very pleasant place to be. Very bright and sunny. Even if the weather didn't reflect that, the people did.
It's big enough that you've got things to do, different communities, but it's small enough that it still feels very, very strong.
They're right on the border of Washington and Idaho. It's a college town with enrollment.
Welcome, Candy Girl.
People at the University of Idaho. The town is a little bit less than 30,000 people, and there's not a lot of murders in a town like Moscow.
We are a small town, and there's just that collective grief.
There's just a heavy cloud, I think a depression.
I'm Ann Emerson. I am the senior investigative reporter for Criminally Obsessed. I've been going to crime scenes and talking to victims and trying to understand what happened. There hadn't been any problems in Moscow in a long time. In fact, the last murder, I think, was back in 2015. So there's only so many police officers that they're going to need, especially when you're looking at the crime rate in an area like this that's very rural. You're not having a lot of crime at all. So it was bare bones.
Moscow's police chief led the recovery of personal items from what is an active crime scene.
We have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence at the scene. Investigators are working to develop a timeline to relevant events.
Kaylee and Madison, they were seen walking around in Moscow at a food truck.
This Twitch live stream video from grub truckers in Moscow.
Hello. Hi. Welcome back.
Showing homicide victims Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogen getting something to eat around 1:40 Sunday morning on November 13th.
Police also have additional video. Investigators know the girls had been at this bar across town prior to that.
Earlier that day, they took this picture with their roommate, Xana Kernodle, and Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin.
Ethan and Xana had been with each other that night as well.
They had just gone over to Sigma Chi to have a fraternity party, which is not far away. It was Saturday night. What are 4 kids that are at a really fun college town going to be doing? They're going to go out and they're going to go see their friends.
Good point, Annie.
All 4 returned to their off-campus apartment sometime after 1:45 a.m.
There was other people home at that time.
Those other people were the young lady's 2 other roommates.
This was a a house that was known to host get-togethers.
This is one of the houses that everybody goes to when they want to go to a party. And they were comfortable with people being in the house even when they weren't there.
It was not thought to be a quiet house at the end of a block, but it was an area that over time, especially a lot of college students had gone through that house and had been there for one reason or another.
So you basically got everybody moving back to this house sometime around 2 o'clock. It appears that most of them have gone to sleep, but Xana's awake and she has ordered DoorDash at 4 o'clock in the morning. Xana and Ethan are in one floor, and then you have Maddie and Kylie one floor above on the third floor. Maddie and Kylie were in one bed. Ethan and Xana are in the other area, and they are stabbed and killed. The first realization that something bad has happened in this house is when a 911 call comes from one of these surviving roommates.
Tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
What we get from that, obviously, is that there was somebody in the house at 4 a.m. She saw somebody. There was somebody that scared her enough that she ran back into her room and locked the door. And
this is disgusting. They haven't gotten any of the names right. They've misnamed everybody. It's ridiculous.
Texted the other roommate.
No, it's like a ski mask almost. Shut the F up. Actually, like he has something over his head and mouth. I'm not kidding. I am so freaked out. So am I. My phone is going to die. Come to my room. Run. Down here.
One of the surviving roommates may have seen the killer on his way out towards the back sliding glass door. Around 4 a.m., surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen reportedly heard someone who she thought was Kaylee Gonzalez saying, "There's someone here," and a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Mortensen
I agree, Devil Woman.
The third time after she heard someone crying in Xana Kernodle's room, seeing a masked man dressed in all black walking past her as she stood in a frozen shock phase, then locked herself in her bedroom. Investigators say there is physical evidence.
One of the things that was found at the crime scene was this leather sheath for a fixed blade knife, and it was found reportedly on.
Exactly, Miss Potts. It's ridiculous. They can't get anything right on this, but we're just supposed to accept it. Yeah, okay.
On Maddie's bed. This is the only thing that they can find that has been left behind by the killer. So they go and do a DNA on the sheath, and they do find a piece of DNA. They find it on the snap of the sheath. And it's enough for them to be able to run it through CODIS, which is their system to see if there's any matches at all. And it comes up blank. There's nothing. But they've got DNA. So now they need to find a person of interest, a suspect, and then they can start doing some serious detective work and see if they can find a match.
Well, the first big break in this case, if you want to call it that, was the fact that police came out and said, we think we have a car that may be connected. Detectives continue to focus on a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra that they believe had somebody in it who holds the key to cracking this murder case. They were trying to zero in on this car because it had been seen on surveillance video, as it turns out, outside the house at very odd hours.
The white Hyundai Elantra appears on camera, driving past the King Road residence multiple times in the 3 o'clock hour, then speeding off around 4:20 a.m. toward Pullman.
Thanks so much, Captain Jenks. Appreciate you, brother. So very much. God bless.
It's spotted again on 5 cameras in Pullman and the WSU campus starting at 5:25 a.m.
Moscow police were gathering all this material, trying to put together their case.
We have several hundred pieces of video evidence that we're piecing together.
Those pieces of video are helping the FBI and state police retrace steps. Traffic cameras, cell phone technology, and comments on students' social media posts have all aided the investigation.
Just a few things I have noticed myself.
Cyber detectives have eaten up any morsel of information, fueling national interest.
Just being a weird, armchair detective.
I feel like it might be like someone who is jealous of them.
The people that are probably the suspects or involved are all flying home.
There was a lot of speculation and a lot of amateur sleuthing on TikTok and Reddit.
Whoever said it, I wasn't joking at all. I stand by what. Oh, you're absolutely. I think most everybody agrees with you, Cat Lady. Truly, I believe they do. I know I do. I agree with you on what you said. I mean, it's facts per se, in my opinion. So just saying.
Thank you.
The Moscow Police Department really stopped doing repeated press conferences to update people on where the investigation was leading them. So that turned people to go to these social media sites to try and solve it themselves.
Amateur sleuths have a role to play. They can keep the case alive. They can put pressure, informal pressure, on law enforcement and also the courts. They can play a critical role. They can also be a distraction.
We do not believe the following individuals are involved in this crime. The two surviving roommates.
Moscow police had to come out at a certain point and tell everybody that these people weren't suspects and cross them off the list.
Sorry about the echo, guys. I think I fixed it. I mean, it's not his car, not his sheath, not his knife ordered on Amazon. That was never said. Not his phone pinging cell towers. They didn't. They proved that already. Near the house. Not him going through his family's garbage with rubber gloves. And that's not what happened either. So you took a lot of the information you got based off of hearsay, Walt. Okay. And the car, we've seen other, how can I put this? Other information now proving that it's very possibly a different vehicle. Okay. There's 2 to 3 cars that are involved possibly in this. At least 2. Okay. The sheath, nobody's ever claimed that the sheath wasn't his, not even the defense. Okay. But that doesn't mean something happened with it. Didn't happen with it. And the phone pings has been explained, and it's a joke. Okay. Because it's not, if you understand anything about the caste system and all that kind of stuff, it has nothing to do with him being at the house, close to the house. You don't have to be. Okay. And that garbage thing, I don't know what that's about anymore, but my understanding is that he was found in his bathroom, guys. So whatever. That doesn't even matter to me, truly. There's more pointing to the fact that it wasn't him than there is pointing to the fact that it was. And that's how you have to be able to look at all of these things. You have to look at everything, not just what you want to look at. Read it's in the documents. It's very clearly in the documents, and I've read it to everybody. We hear many a times. We all know that. So
because there was so much speculation.
Moscow Police Captain Roger Lanier also says this male in the grub truck surveillance video is not believed to be involved either.
A private party who provided rides home to Kaylee and Madison in the early morning hour of November 13th.
And they say that person is also not believed to be of interest.
Thank you.
This was one of those cases that captivated a lot of people's attention, and they were trying to solve it themselves because they felt like Moscow police were not advancing fast enough.
A major breakthrough in this case. An arrest has now been made.
That person is now awaiting extradition from Pennsylvania. It's the biggest break in the more than 6-week-long mystery, which has prompted speculation across the country. Investigators have identified him as 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger. Pennsylvania State Police arrested him at a home in Albrightsville on a fugitive from justice warrant.
Idaho police formally announced the arrest of Brian Koberger late this afternoon in Pennsylvania, hundreds of miles away from the crime.
How are the Poconos tied to Pullman and Moscow?
Koberger is a PhD criminal justice student and has been attending nearby Washington State University, just 8 miles away from the Idaho campus.
Koberger was like everybody else going home for the holidays. It's Christmas time. So he had his father meet him in Pullman, Washington. He gets into the car with his dad and he drives across the country back home to Pennsylvania, where he's from. And on that drive, while he's in Indiana, we don't know if it was a coincidence, we don't know why, but twice he gets pulled over in Indiana.
Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van.
He's following a car too closely. There was nothing strange about the traffic stop, but we have the body camera so we can see what it actually looked like.
Well, do me a favor, don't follow it too close, okay? All right, thank you. Appreciate you.
And then, just a few miles down the road, the cops stop him again for following too close.
That would seem to suggest that Moscow police, working with federal investigators, had been tracking him across multiple states. There's been further reporting that perhaps they were trying to look at his hands to see if there were any scars. That was a attempt for police to figure out where he was and where he was going and if he still had any fresh injuries.
Accused murderer Brian Kohberger is now in jail in Idaho. The plane carrying the murder suspect landed at the Pullman-Moscow Regional Airport. Idaho law enforcement took Kohberger to the county jail. The 28-year-old waived extradition in a Pennsylvania court. DNA evidence reportedly links him to the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students.
So if you guys are watching and paying attention to this, you see exactly how this has played out now. I pinned the link, I thought. I'm sorry. Try it again. Hold on. There we go. Give me a second here to fix this then, because I thought I had it pinned. I'm sorry, you guys. My apologies if I didn't. I lied to you. Hold on. Whoa. That thing's moving quick. Hang on a minute here. I just dropped it in the chat. 1 second. Where the hell did it go? Good Lord have mercy. It's gone. That rolled up there real quick. There it is. Okay, now it's pinned again. It was pinned. I just repinned it. That's okay. What's happening, Jesse?
Having a bit of technical difficulties. We got some storms going on here, and I lost internet. I think I left a message saying, I'm just making a coffee, and I thought I'd be right on, but 20
That's
minutes.
okay. That's all right. No worries. No worries, my friend. I appreciate you being here.
I'm using cell phone internet instead of my normal Wi-Fi from the house.
Got you. Yeah, we got storms going on around here too. We had some damage, I guess, up through Kentucky and stuff, and Michigan had some stuff yesterday. So it's that time of year, I guess. I guess.
Hello to everybody in the chat who's saying hello to me, because I can't type hello to everybody at once, but hello to everybody at once.
All right. Good stuff. Like the hat, sir. Love the hat. I got a couple of those.
The hair is getting a little out of control, and as it gets longer, it gets grayer, so I like to hide it under a hat.
That's why I keep mine short. The top doesn't go gray, but the sides does, so I keep those off. It's easier.
Same story.
Yeah. Yes. Mojo. What is that? I found early in the case. Do you and Mama remember Tequila Covert? I believe so. Yeah. I do believe so. Hold on a minute. Let me pull this back up here.
I have a confession to make, Dago.
Let's hear it, sir.
I've been unfaithful.
Uh-oh. How is that?
I was over at JB's live the other day.
Okay.
And I had a little bit too much to drink, and JB was challenging anybody to argue with him about whether Brian was guilty or not. So I was 2.5 bottles in, and I took him up on it.
It is what it is. Who won?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he thinks he won, but I mean, I raised all the typical points that I would raise, and I don't think he he wasn't able to debunk any of it, and he pretty much, he's been a innocent until proven guilty guy.
Yeah.
He's only just recently became he's not, I wouldn't say guilter, but he's just recently came out and said he thinks he's guilty.
Which is surprising. I was going to say, I thought he kind of, yeah, well, okay.
Well, and his only argument there is preponderance of evidence. There's not one thing that he thinks is a smoking gun. It's just, there's a lot of things. Well,
Yeah.
if all those things are bullshit, there's not really a lot of things. There's just a lot of bullshit.
Mhm. That's true. Good point. Absolutely. Well, I don't blame you. I'd have probably done the same thing. At least you were able to enjoy yourself a little bit while you were having that disagreement. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Well, I haven't been drinking much at all lately, and I had a few bottles, and that put me on the back foot. When you're debating somebody, you want to be on top of your game. But I like my chances 2.5 bottles deep better than his chances, because I seen him on one of his streams last night where he practically fell asleep. But
he likes
but
that.
yeah, I think I touched a nerve with him when I started talking about the DNA, and he seemed to like have an aha moment when I mentioned to him that when I gave a full explanation of why even if it's his DNA, it doesn't actually put him at the crime scene, and
Right.
he'd never really wrapped his head around that. So, and I think most people can't wrap their head around that, or people that aren't really into it, people
Struggle
who
with
haven't
it.
really delved into it.
Yeah.
They just look at it like, oh, his DNA on the sheath, that's such a big deal.
But and like I said, guys, I don't think it is. I don't think it's a big deal. Hold on real quick here. Dateline said the FBI posed as trash men. FBI stated we stopped the trash truck, got the trash from them. How many things does the FBI have to do to make peeps like Walt say, wait a minute? Well, that's a good question. I don't know. Some people just don't want to do it. Some people I feel that are afraid to think that way, to look at the wide open picture. Some people are afraid that they'll be attacked if they flip sides, I guess you could say, for lack of better terms. But I mean, it is what it is. You have to look at what's in front of you, in my opinion, and see it for what it is. You can't just go, okay, well, they arrested him. They know what they're doing. That's all there is to it, and walk away from it. Are you nuts? That's crazy. If we don't look at what's going on and pay attention, now think about something I was thinking about the other day. Before this became anything, the internet, okay? We didn't have it for, most of our lives as our age groups, when we were younger, this didn't exist. Think about how many people were going through a scenario just like this that didn't have the internet, they just arrested them, convicted them, put them in jail, and that's the end of it. There was no way for anybody to be looking at it, to be questioning it, to be
West Memphis 3 comes to mind.
Yeah.
I don't know when I think that trial was in the 90s, or
Yes.
it was pre-internet, I believe.
The West Memphis 3, the Central Park 5, same thing. If we would have been around for the Central Park 5 when that happened, oh my God, okay? We'd have been all over that, like flies on shit, folks. I'm just saying.
Well,
sorry.
and they probably all would have got out 10, 15 years earlier, or not even been convicted at all.
Yeah, because we may not be able to solve cases. We may not be able to do a lot of anything here, but we can make a lot of noise, and we can point to things. We can see things. We can send messages to prosecutors and defense attorneys and things like that could possibly make them look at something a little bit different. You know what I mean? So if that's the case, there's enough of us here we're able to look at this and go, something is wrong.
Well, two things happening in popular culture right now come to mind, or one thing happening now and one thing that's in the past a little bit. But Johnny Depp, I don't think Johnny Depp could have ever been vindicated in the pre-internet era.
I agree.
And now you've got Justin Baldoni, and I don't know if you are familiar with this thing, but Blake Lively accused the producer of one of her most popular films of SA.
Yeah.
And without the internet, that would have been it. It would have been over. But the sleuths have sort of picked up on the fact that the accusation now, I can't say that it's proven to be false, but it certainly is looking that way. It looks like a false allegation.
That's sad, because that does happen. Oscar Meyer, welcome. Why not allow opposing views without it? Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's what my channel is supposed to be based on. I want somebody that feels that Brian's guilty. That's fine. Express your views. I respect them. Explain to me why you feel that way, though. That's what I want to know. That's what, just like we have to explain to everybody. We've had guilters that have, you're stupid. You make no sense. That's dumb. You're blind. You're an idiot. Blah, 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 blah. When we express how we feel about things, they don't sit and say, why do you think that?
I'm still searching for an intelligent conversation with a guilter. And I was trying to get it with JB because he is whether you like him or not, he is intelligent to a certain degree. And I'd like another shot at it when I'm sober, actually.
Probably better for you. Yeah.
But I think we did make some, like I said, we talked for well over an hour and a half, maybe. And, we went over most of the details, and there was very few disagreements. The main disagreements were the green car. He's just totally opposed to green car. And there's a lot of people out there that are just totally opposed to green car, but I haven't been able to have an intelligent conversation of why. And the answer that I seem to get is, it's white. Can't you see it's white? And in fact, I would venture to say that even if you don't believe the green car theory, even if you're opposed to that, because I'm not out here saying it's proven that it's the green car. I think there's been a compelling theory put out there. But one thing that I will say is proven. It's proven that white cars on cameras aren't white necessarily.
No, they're not.
That to me is 100% proven. A white car in a security camera footage can be green, can be orange, can be a variety of other lighter shades of colors. Certainly that the fact that the car appears white in the camera footage is not an indication that it's actually a white car.
That's
and I think that's been proven. Right.
I agree. And Smiley, my moderators don't hide people because they have a disagreeing feeling about something. We don't do that. I promise you that. And if anybody is doing it, that's a problem. We don't do that. Now, if you're attacking another person, saying something ignorant to them, or promoting or provoking an argument repeatedly, they may time you out to slow you down a little bit. You're not going to get hidden for making a disagreeing statement with somebody else in here. I promise you that don't happen here. Promise you. So, and again, Chet, I understand a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't. And all Jesse's stating is that he was trying to have an intelligent conversation, and that JB does bring forth interesting points that do make sense. Now, a lot of other people disagree with him in other aspects. I respect that. I disagree with a lot of things he says. Okay. That's all it was. So, I get what you guys are saying.
I certainly don't want anybody thinking that me having a debate with him is me endorsing his views on a variety of subjects, because it isn't. I'm just the kind of guy that's willing to discuss things with people. And I think more people need to be like that. I don't, what's it do for me if I only talk to people who I agree with? What am I going to learn?
It's boring. And and like Mountain Man just said, there's a difference between personality and intelligence. That's a very true fact. Thank you, Mountain Man. And yes, William, good to see you, buddy, by the way. If you guys look at those pumpkins on the handrail, that proves those are bright orange. Even Jeff H had to agree that was something that is absolutely true. Okay. And that green, that I think it's a metallic emerald green or something like that. It shows up as either a light gray, but a kind of a whitish looking color. The pumpkins were white, for God's sakes. It's the IR camera, the way it brings it out. You know what I'm saying? So it's a fact. It's an absolute fact. You have to point at it and see it for what it is. You can't deny it. It's real. That's all that we were saying about that. And a lot of people won't accept it. But that's okay. I respect that. It's okay. Yeah, Candy Girl just made a good point. Hey, Leah, good to see you today, dear. Good to see you. And I agree, Chet. I agree, and I appreciate that. Yeah. No, nobody says that any about what you guys feel about him. I respect it. I do. It's because they have some charged someone that they're sitting in the guilty chair doesn't mean that's absolutely what I was trying to say. 100%, cat lady, because that's fact.
In fact, that last video we saw with the pullover and they were looking at his hands, it made me think that, it was good that they were doing that. They should have continued to do that until they gathered enough evidence to justify an arrest, where they could have actually drawn up a PCA that would have remained relevant instead of becoming irrelevant very quickly.
You're not lying.
Yeah, they certainly jumped the gun on that.
I agree. I'm glad you joined me, Jesse. I've been waiting for you to get in here so that we can talk about this, to get to the point of the show today. I want to see your input and feel your input on. We'll finish this up, guys, after the fact. This was just kind of let's check it out while we're waiting on people to join us today. So with everything we've seen at this point, in fact, I can take it down for right now. With everything we've seen at this point, I haven't got to talk to you since all this happened. What do you think about this, the leak thing and like I stated up here, Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, who was it? The FBI, Moscow, or Idaho? I definitely, it's in the document, and it's obvious to me that Judge Hippler is pointing at law enforcement to some extent.
Well, I guess it's time for me to do a bit of a victory dance, because I was on an island when I said that as much as Hippler appears to be biased, as much as I'm not a fan of Hippler and he treats the defense like garbage, my view of Hippler was he doesn't like people screwing around, and this just makes the entire court look bad. So I thought, I'm not surprised at Hippler's. Hippler has given us every indication that he's going to throw a fit if anything if things like this continue, he'll probably continue to throw a fit. So I'm not surprised. I certainly think the leak came from Steve G. I guess everybody's in agreement about that.
Well, to an extent, I agree with you. Yes, sir. But I mean,
somebody had to leak it to him.
Yes, that's what I was going for. Right. I think Blum and Gonzalez and some other form of law enforcement were responsible for the whole thing. Truly. But Blum and Gonzalez had to be leaked from somebody else. Was it FBI? Was it Moscow and the FBI? Was it just Moscow? Was it Idaho State Police? Who knows? But that's what we're talking about, because I have a feeling, I would imagine, or initially I thought possibly the FBI, because truly they think they're untouchable, which they are. Okay. And they could do whatever they kind of want to do. Now, Starge was here the other day, and he said that he believes that they would still have to answer if, Hippler put something out on this, that they would have to pay for that. I don't know about that. Welcome, Miss Potts, back. Just good to see. I'm sorry, I missed. My apologies. Just ignore what I was just saying. But I definitely think a lot of stuff came from Steve. But again, going backwards, he did make a statement a while back that he was talking to somebody from the FBI and that was giving him information. If that's possible,
if you really break down his recent interviews on his world tour, he was almost threatening to do this. And a lot of the stuff that came up, if you read between the lines, the things he was saying, they've got more, don't worry. And the porn searches and stuff like this, he alluded to all these things in in vague sort of nondescript terms, but you could sort of tell the leak basically just sounded like what I imagined when Steve G was talking to Daniel and to Ashley and this and that.
Well, he even made a statement in one of the interviews, I think it was the Ashley one, where he said, I have a feeling something's coming out. Something big's coming out.
Harsh made an interesting hypothesis that I entertained, at least for a second, because we still haven't found out what was gross. You know what I mean?
Not clearly, right.
You remember there was supposed to be something that was gross, and the way that Steve G said it, I don't think he was talking about blood and guts.
No, I
really don't. It was, the gross was sexual in nature.
That's what I thought too.
And we haven't heard that. And we haven't heard it from Steve since he first said it that one time. And his demeanor has completely changed from then to now. That that was back when he was questioning law enforcement. That was pre-Koberger. And so we haven't seen what's gross. He's not talking about it anymore. Is he trying to bury it? And is this leak an attempt to screw up the trial to the point where we don't find any of this stuff out?
Right. Yeah. Hold on a second. Yeah, Jesse. Gianna, or I'm sorry, Smiley. How does it make you feel to talk? It's not about talking shit about the person, Smiley. It's because everybody in here feels for Steve for what he's gone through. Okay, you're missing the point to this. It's because he's putting out misinformation and he's doing, in my opinion, and I think a lot of other people's opinions, he's doing harm to this case, and he's running with a smear campaign on the defendant with no proof truly on what he's stating. He's being fed misinformation. In turn, he's spreading misinformation. It's not about attacking or talking shit about the person. We all feel for Steve. We all respect Steve in the manner of what his loss has been and what he's gone through as a person. It's horrible. But at the same time, what he's doing in a sense is wrong. And that's what everybody's calling out, Smiley. Not him as a person. You know, God forbid anybody ever go through what he has gone through. Nobody could ever imagine that. Nobody should ever have to go through that. That's what
just as nobody should have to go through what the Koberger family's been going through.
Right.
The accusations that his sister is writing a book about him, the accusations that he's madly in love with Professor Ramsland. That theory that was floated by Howard Blum, that guy should be sued into oblivion for that. I hope Dr. Ramsland sues him. He's trying to discredit her. Yes. He's trying to poison juries. Without concrete proof, you don't make allegations like that.
It's all
on national television.
In my opinion, I agree with you, Jesse. Absolutely, you don't. And what they did with this Dateline thing was absolutely. But
my point to Gianna was just that Brian and Brian's family deserves the same concern that she has for Steve and the victims' families.
Smiley, yeah.
Oh, it was right. Smiley that was
Smiley
saying
was
that?
talking to Gianna, and that's why I started to get confused. But yeah, and you're saying, but how he's not gagged, okay? But just because you're not gagged doesn't mean you should put out.
Well, his lawyer would be gagged, right?
Yeah. Shannon's gagged, but you're right, Smiley. If Steve's not gagged, that's absolutely true. Okay, I thought that was reworked, but I'm probably wrong. The point is even if you're not a gagged person in this case, you shouldn't put out the wrong information. Many, many, many things that he has stated, Smiley, has been proven to be absolute backwards misinformation. I mean, we would hear one thing right before he makes a statement. He turns around and says the exact opposite of it, and it's not true. We've had proof that it's not true.
So let's say that Steve's not gagged because he's free to offer his opinions because he's not part of the trial, right? He's not a witness.
Right.
So he's not gagged. However, the minute he receives information from somebody who is gagged that he's not entitled to, does he not then become legally responsible? I think that there might, and I'm just hypothesizing, guessing, but it makes sense to me that as soon as he participates in getting information that he's not entitled to legally, and then spreading that information, I think he's violated the gag order as a co-conspirator with whoever gave him the information.
Right. And Candy said Steve is gagged, and that the judge Hipler did restate this. And he considers the families of the victims to be victims as well. Said that the victims are included in this. The roommates, the families, all of that was supposed to be included, but he doesn't. He said before, you guys, and I know you've heard this, you're not going to gag me. Nobody's going to gag me. Those were his words at one point. So he says what he wants. The problem is it's not true information, and it's even more of a propaganda smear on the defendant, who is supposed to get and supposed to be looked at as innocent till proven guilty to receive a fair trial. That doesn't happen, guys. Not when this is going on like this. It shouldn't be allowed. And no, Gianna did nothing wrong, in my opinion. Nothing at all. She's just putting out there the facts, guys, that there's multiple pieces of information that have come from him that are completely, exactly wrong, completely backwards from the truth. That's not a good thing. And it's not a good look for somebody going through what he's going through. He's made some really, really strong statements, too, that I feel are a little bit overboard in regards to Brian Koberger. What if everything he stated goes along with the whole entire smear campaign? Like I said, none of that, we talked about this before, Jesse, none of that can be reversed. What's heard is in our minds. We've all heard it. It's stuck in our heads now. We can't get rid of that. It's gone. It's there. So what if they prove that Brian had nothing to do with this? Absolute. Then what? Who's going to fix that? Steve's not. The prosecution's not. We're not.
Or what if Brian was just for shits and giggles, I'll say it. I'm not saying this is my theory, but if Brian's just a minor player in this,
right,
and there's bigger fish, you're preventing you're making it far more difficult for the truth to actually come out in because I would say that even if you believe that that's Brian's DNA and you believe that how it got there was from nefarious means, that you can't really believe that. Well, I personally don't believe the single perpetrator theory. I think that's been debunked just by science. It's just not possible for Brian to do that by himself. And why would he? Is the other thing. This whole he loves Ted Bundy thing is a real stretch. And I mean statistically too.
Yeah.
When you look at murders, most of them aren't weirdo. You know, the reason that everybody knows Ted Bundy is because there's not a lot of them, right? There's a handful in United States history of people like Ted Bundy. There isn't hundreds of thousands. So statistically, most murders are people that know each other for a specific reason, not just one lone psychopath like Ted Bundy.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And with all the things going on the peripheral of this case, there's so much going on that indicates that there could be a reason for this. There's all these tensions between people and groups and parents involved in shady things and people saying things to Adam and people fighting and people breaking up with their boyfriends and all this other stuff going on that none of that matters. That's all just one massive coincidence. And then Brian's a weirdo because he wears a black hoodie.
Yeah, right. That just like Bundy, who didn't wear hoodies, somebody put him in one on the cover.
And even though he's not that big or not that mean or not that strong, he's turns into Superman when he gets in the mood.
Right. Yeah, that's hilarious. And yes, Annie is right. Then it's considered malicious prosecution and abusive process. That's exactly what this is. Okay. They know what has been done wrong, guys. This is not how you do things. But they're doing it. And how many other things has the prosecution been accused of that has been?
What's Devil Woman saying? She's a devil woman.
Where? Hold on. Let me catch up with it. If the sheath was dropped, the perp's DNA would be all over it because they accidentally dropped it. A speck of DNA implies nefarious happenings.
I think she's suggesting it was planted, not that nefarious on Brian's part, but she can correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, I've said this before, but there's probably new people in the chat, so I might as well say it again. Yeah. The DNA on the sheath actually suggests that Brian wasn't there.
Right.
The DNA on the sheath suggests that if there was only a speck on that button, like she said, the perp would have had to have been wearing gloves and a suit to prevent any of their DNA from being anywhere.
Right.
And especially if it was Brian. So the DNA on that sheath couldn't have been placed there at the crime scene. It would have had to have been placed there prior to its arrival at the crime scene. Therefore, it doesn't put him at the crime scene, even if it's his sheath. And that's what I think a lot of people don't comprehend is that.
Well, I'm gonna add to that too, Jesse, because at some point, folks, you have to take into realization. I don't care about the sheets at this point. Why do you think they're so easy to throw it out?
It should have been tossed. It shouldn't be evidence in this case.
No, it's garbage as far as I'm concerned. And here's the thing: we don't know where that swab, what that swab swabbed. They can tell us till they're blue in the face they swabbed the sheets with it. I don't care. At this point, I don't care.
Get the swear jar ready. Miss Potts is here. Break out the swear jar.
Thank you. I'm grateful to have her. Oh, I don't care. I love when she swears. I love everything she says. She's amazing. Welcome, Miss Potts. Thank you for joining us today.
Oh, well, hello, gentlemen. How are you? Good to see
Wonderful. Wonderful. Even better now that you're here.
Cheers, Miss Potts.
you. Cheers
So,
to
yeah,
you.
That
My
sheet,
audio okay, though? Because, like, last night it was wild AF, so.
you sound pretty good to me. I can hear you. I don't know about everybody else. I think. Can you hear her okay, Jess?
Yeah, no, she's coming in loud and clear.
Yeah, you sound good. So yeah, guys, as
Oh,
far as that
okay.
that's garbage to me. It does means nothing at this point. Again, like I said, that's why it's so easy for them to toss it. I don't think it means anything. I don't even believe at this point for 100%.
Well, it's going to be quite convincing to a jury of simpletons, though.
Of course.
I mean,
Of
if
course.
you listen to the guilters, it's the golden goose, right?
Well, it made it. It did its thing. It did it for 2.5 years now. Sheath. That's all we've heard. It did its job. They don't need it anymore. It's done. It's embedded in everybody's minds. That's the end of it. So
Even Ken Maines, who knows more about DNA than probably most of us in the chat and in the panel,
sure.
He said the DNA on that sheath is the golden goose, but I ran back on some of his previous shows, and when it came to the John Benet Ramsey case, touch DNA is absolutely useless, meaningless, should never be used in a crime. So,
yep.
And I think, like I've said this before as well many times, all these experts, all these law enforcement, everybody who's involved in the prosecution, at some point in their career, when the touch DNA that they find at the crime scene doesn't suit their case, they say really bad things about it's useless, it's terrible. Don't pay any attention to that. Like they said that in the Delphi trial, right? The forensic expert on the stand said, touch DNA, not interested.
Right.
But when they think they can use it, they say it's fantastic.
Amen. Welcome, Jeff. What's happening,
Well,
Miss
if I may,
please do.
Because you just mentioned the golden goose, which is hysterical because that's literally a post I made a couple days ago. Right.
Okay.
So it's just very interesting to me. I look at it as, and what made me make a post about it was because of CC Moore. CC Moore had made some statements about like, well, it's no big deal that the FBI does this because of clearance, right? They get this clearance that allows them to be able to do these things with DNA, and it's no big deal. To which, in my mind, I say, okay, well, if it's no big deal, in that case, the state had what I consider to be the golden egg that was laid for them by the FBI, because whatever the FBI did got to Brian much quicker, allegedly, than Othram, which is why they told Othram, stop your work, we got this. Because by December 10th, they had already figured out who he was, and they don't need Othram to take a couple more months with that shit. They already did it on their own. So if you're the state, and it's no big deal what the FBI did, and what they did for you is basically laid you a golden egg, why don't you want to use the golden egg? And why is the Fed saying, don't use our fucking golden egg? Not allowed. Know what I mean? It's just my opinion on it.
Good one. I agree with you. I do agree with you. 100%. I'm glad you're here. I've missed you. It's been a while. You got your computer up and running everything again?
I mean, I'm on my phone right now, so I've got another laptop and another mic, and it seemed to be going good until last night. But
oh, well, I'm sorry. Well, at least
no, it's fine. It's probably me. I'm the problem.
I understand. I go through that myself. It's either way. It's great to have you here. We've missed you, and I love your input on this stuff. Especially with all of this happening now, the Dateline episode, the leaking, the this, the that. What are you? Just out of curiosity.
Out of curiosity, who do you think is going to be asking the special prosecutor for immunity first?
That's a good question. That's a huge question. That goes back to what my question was: is who? First off, where do you think the leak may have come from?
I mean, obviously, most people, tend to agree. I think the leak itself came from whoever handled the extraction of Brian's phone,
Mm-hmm.
the extraction of his Amazon information, and whoever had access to that stuff. Certain things, only certain people are the ones who did the extraction. So for the phone specifically, if I remember correctly from the testimony of Mowry with Miss Massive, Mowry stated that it was technically it was the FBI that did the extraction. It was put onto a USB. That USB traveled back with Corporal Brett Payne. She thinks it would appear it traveled back with him, but then Mowry put in a warrant for the MPD forensic lab to be able to get that USB. That USB was the extraction. So there's limited people who would have had access. In my opinion, someone either copied it and gave it to Steve, or maybe it was altered. Like, in my opinion, a lot of what has been leaked on Dateline is inaccurate.
Oh, yeah.
And it's been altered. So if it's inaccurate and it's been altered, the question then becomes, did it come to the leaker altered, or did the leaker alter it first before they disseminated it?
Good point. Good point. Well, see, that's a thing. Shane Bishop admitted. He admitted to altering photographs in certain aspects to make them work for the show. What else did you do? Okay. What else did you do? Because we know that their videographers do this, that, and everything else. They know how to do all this fun stuff. So what else was done there, Mr. Bishop, to make this work for your show? Did you receive things like this, or did you take the things you received and turn them? Obviously, the photographs, you can see a lot of the photographs were Photoshopped, but the other information itself, it's interesting to me how that all plays out. And again, this is absolute jury tampering. 150.
I got a theory.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna grab coffee, guys. Keep talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we all need coffee. I need coffee to keep talking.
Agreed.
But,
Agreed.
I think it might be more likely to have leaked it to Howard Bloom, and then Bloom, when in negotiations with Steve about their upcoming film. Remember when they were in negotiations to do a documentary or whatever before they had the falling out. I could see Bloom sharing it with Steve at that point. And the reason I say that is just you're asking for trouble if you're leaking information to Steve. Steve's been flying off the handle from day one. He's represented himself as the exact kind of opposite guy that you'd want to share a secret with. So if you're a cop with your livelihood on the line and you're leaking information to Steve G, you deserve everything you got coming to you. Now, could they maybe think it was a little safer to give it to Howard Bloom? Maybe. And Bloom would probably be willing to pay for it as well.
Well, I'm of the opinion that whoever got it, they got it very early. More than likely, it was like a direct, someone made a copy of the extraction, in my opinion.
Well, Bloom seemed to be the guy that had all the information early.
Yeah, I'm talking about the actual
Steve had
like
no
media.
information.
Right, I'm talking about the media on the phone though, and like the Amazon account, the Google stuff. All of that was grabbed pretty early on. So, you know, and there's some things in there that don't line up, which is why it's inaccurate when it comes to dates and stuff. You know, even when you're looking at his history, even just search history, they're trying to make his search history in some way look malicious because he's looking up sociopath in students, psychopathic traits or whatever in students, and can they present as like normal, right? And all of this is occurring after the Asian girl has told him someone's broken in. She feels unsafe. She's scared. She goes and stays at his house. He puts cameras in her place. And then it's almost like he gets this vibe that like, and he pulls away, right? So even they say that he pulls away from her. He starts to pull away from her, but yet they're trying to associate his Google searches after as being related somehow to the crime that occurred in November, when in my opinion, it would appear that maybe this Asian girl gave him some bad vibes and he's looking up like, holy shit, is this chick like a sociopath? Is she a psychopath? Did she like fucking straight up play me and make me think someone broke into her house when they didn't? Because like, I don't care what anybody says, guys out there who have dealt with a crazy broad know exactly what I'm talking about. Crazy broads will make up wild shit to get a dude's attention who maybe isn't giving them the attention they want.
Yes,
If
ma'am.
you haven't met a crazy broad like that, you haven't done nothing.
No, ma'am, you are right. That's why me and Jesse high five, virtual high five, because we both been there, and you're absolutely right. You hit this on the point.
The only story that makes less sense than this Asian girl story is the 911 call. And they're actually both pretty similar in how just unbelievable they are, how it just doesn't fit. None of it fit. It's, you know, it sounds like what you know, a 7-year-old, if making up a story and not fitting the pieces together, would come up with this. I keep my keys for my apartment in my desk at my work at a college. That doesn't make sense. Does that make sense to anybody?
Not at all. Not at all. And it's amazing.
I just get the vibe. I just get the vibe when you look at the timeline that they're presenting of his history at like before and after. Now, I do agree with certain people out there who are like the hardcore guilters. There are some bad facts for Brian Kohberger so far that have been presented. That's not a secret that I think that, right? I do think it's strange that like 3 days before the murders, he just all of a sudden ceases all debit transactions and proceeds to just do everything like cash from the ATM.
Yeah,
I do think that's weird. But the more I thought about it, like for 2 weeks, I'm not joking you, I sat on that in the back of my brain and I'm like, yo, that's some weird shit. What's he doing? And then I thought about it, but he was getting ready to leave with his dad. He knew his dad was coming. They were going to be doing cross-country trip. I know that even when I've done that, I make sure I go to the ATM, I take out cash just in case, because you're going to be traveling long distance. It's always good to have cash on you.
Yeah, I do that because you never know. You don't want to be far away from home, and
like your
I
cards
fly to different
don't
countries
work
all
or
the
something,
time.
right? Exactly. You don't want to be driving across the country and your debit card gets declined or some shit.
Or go to Cambodia and withdraw $500 US only to find out that they're all counterfeit bills.
Right. And
true.
That happened to me 6 weeks ago.
That's crazy.
Oh my God. It's wild.
Wow. That's insane. I know you were in Cambodia. I didn't know you went through that though. That's nuts. Jumping back real quick to what you said about the Asian girl though, that makes perfect sense, Annie. You know why it makes sense to me? Because she's the only one. She refused to talk to Dateline. She refused to interview with them after they put that information out there. She wouldn't do it. And that tells me maybe because it was
and
bullshit.
Then all of a sudden now she's like, well, now that I look back on it, maybe oh my God, was he watching me? No, bitch. Pardon my language. You know, it is what it is. I'm just going to say it. You know me. I speak very bluntly.
Please do.
In my opinion, this is just my personal opinion, because I know some girls in my life, not currently, but in the past. And this is exactly some shit they would have done.
Sure.
They would have absolutely been like, oh my God, I think somebody broke in, like my shit was moved around and I was missing stuff. And because at this point he's pulling away. He's pulling away from her. It's a way to get his attention. This is just purely my opinion. I'm, absolutely speculating, but I could see this happening. And then he's looking up. Within like a week, he's like, this chick like a sociopath? Like, what is she doing?
Right. Thank you.
Obviously, you did not think ever for any reason at all that you were unsafe with him, which is why you devised this, ruse about someone breaking in and blah, 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 because you want to go stay at his house. And he's like, yeah, come stay here. Oh my God, let's get you some cameras. Let's fucking help you. Right?
Yep.
Now she's trying to 2.5 years later say, oh my God, maybe it was him. Was he watching me? No, bitch, you know he wasn't watching you. You know
That's
it
right.
was you who totally made that shit up, in my
He didn't
opinion.
want
I want to
to.
see the police report. Why didn't you
Right.
report it to the police? You ran to Brian Koberger, but you didn't go to the police and file a report about a break-in.
Right. This is the same story. It just like I went through this with the creature when I was married to for 9.5 years. The creature, everybody knows who that is. For those of you that don't, that's my ex-wife. That's what I call her. Anyway, that the girl that is all of a sudden pregnant when you break up with her to make you come back. Okay, it happens all the time, you guys. It's the same story.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been thinking. You hit the nail right on the head, Annie. I've been thinking that, and thank God you're here, because that's 100% what I was thinking.
The whole journalism thing is dead, because if I'm the journalist here and all of a sudden after 2.5 years she comes forward and she's like, oh my God, okay, the first thing I'm going to ask her is, did you, just curious, not questioning your trauma in any way, but did you ever go to the police about the break-in, or only Koberger?
Right.
Is there anybody else you told about this break-in, or was it only Koberger? Because that, for me, would tell a lot more about, So she told no one else about it. She didn't report it to the police. This would solidify my opinion more that this was a ruse.
And then at the end, she would not interview with Dateline to verify it.
How do we know this bitch didn't steal his sheet when she stayed there?
Right. There you go. I said that before, you guys.
I'll throw it out. I'll say it. I'll throw it out there. How do we know she's not the one who stole his fucking sheet when she stayed at his house, because she said, oh my God, somebody broke in and I feel so scared. Brian, save me.
And it says something about him that she can offer it up like that, and he
100%.
can just knock it back and say, sorry, I'm not interested. I mean, how you're trying to paint this guy as some guy who's real hard up, can't get himself any action. It's driving him crazy. He's like Ted Bundy.
Out the window.
He turns down the Asian girl, and maybe she just wasn't his type. Maybe she wasn't good looking, but you can't use that excuse with the girl that he met at the pool. She was pretty high up there on the rating charts. I'd say she was probably the most attractive girl in this story so far. He texts her once, she doesn't get back to him.
All I know is
it.
if I'm the defense, I am looking at who, since they're claiming this was your sheet. Now, then maybe they already know it's not a sheet. For all we know, his knife and his sheet that he purchased never left Pennsylvania.
Good point.
Right?
Thank you.
The point that I'm getting at, though, is if I'm his defense team, I'm trying to figure out, who were you hanging out with while you were here? Who was in your apartment? And who have you come in contact with? These are the people that potentially could have transferred your DNA to this object that was left at this scene. So that's what his defense team would have to be doing from jump, trying to figure out exactly who could have potentially, in his circle, people he knew. Because granted, it could have been somebody who picked up his DNA at the gas pump, to be honest with you. That's how transfer DNA works. But, everything else is kind of like moot. You have this person coming forward after 2.5 years that, if I'm the defense, I'm side-eyeing her like, wait a minute. You were in his house. His sheet went missing after you were in his house. Interesting. And then it showed up at this crime scene. I'm just saying, that's a scenario.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we know that, wasn't it him staying at her house?
I don't think so. I think it was alleged that she went and stayed at his place because she didn't feel safe at hers until she got her security system And
Yeah.
he allegedly is the one
Okay.
who installed it for her and set it all up.
Right. And then like Annie just said, that he probably figured out she's a stage 4 clinger and said, I'm not
Right.
down for this. I ain't down for this. Back up. Okay. Which in turn flips and throws it out the window that the man's an incel, by all means. You heard the other guy state that the guy that was sitting there with the longer hair, well, I kind of got mad, felt like I dropped the ball because I look over and Brian's over here hitting on this girl and this and that. Yeah, an incel's not going to be that way, folks. Sorry. Brian is nothing like what they painted him to be at all. He's done what any one of us would have done at his age and was trying to hook up with a girl.
I don't know too many guys that would have that chick's number, text her once, and not go in for a second
Right.
attempt at a text. You know,
Right.
one text to a chick that gives you the number, that's unheard of.
No, and the text message they made, it was so weird, it was so strange. Kiss my ass. Bullshit. There was nothing wrong with the message he sent her. It was very respectful because Brian is a respectful person. Just like the police stop where the female cop was the one that stopped him, where they tried to say, he looked her up and down and he was sizing her up and being disrespectful. No, he wasn't. Not even close.
Just imagine what they'd be saying if what he sent her, the text he sent her, was a fucking dick pic.
Right.
Imagine what they'd be saying then.
They're already trying to play that game, Annie, trying to make him out to be some kind of a sexual deviant or something. And there was, by the way,
no, but you get what I'm saying, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he texts her and says, hiking, I really enjoyed that activity. I'm interested in doing that. And that's weird. But I mean, okay, maybe if he had done what, other men do, maybe if he sent some inappropriate text or like a dick pic or something, then that would be considered normal. I don't know. We live in fucking opposite lands. Okay. So
with this one we do, yes.
Right.
It's crazy.
Everything that normal would be normal, isn't normal.
Right. And they keep blowing out of the water. Even the stuff that he did to me was normal, but he's also on the spectrum, folks. And that gives you the point where you don't pick up social cues. I have one right there. Turned 19 years old today. He still don't get social cues. Okay. It's normal. And I think even with the possibility of not getting social cues, Brian was still doing okay. He was doing better than the one guy that felt like he dropped the ball, obviously. That says a lot to me. So this is more bullshit in the propaganda train. A pure and disgusting smear campaign against Brian Koberger is all this was. Every bit of it. Willie came in here multiple times and said, that's not Brian. Brian is not an incel. Brian likes women. He doesn't hate women. He's had a lot of girls that were into him. One of the main girls that Casey are not, I think her name is, she dated him. But they tried to turn that into something negative too. It's not who he is. They're painting this picture and they refuse to not paint it any other way. Okay. It won't fit the narrative. Can you imagine if anybody said anything nice about Brian? Holy shit.
I just can't believe
they wouldn't be on TV.
Can't believe that this.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the thing, look, you guys know, I don't want to say I'm a fence sitter. I'm one of those people who wants to wait until trial. I want to see all the evidence. I love reading documents. I love seeing new evidence that maybe we haven't heard before and things like that. But the fact that the people out there who believe 100% all the way without seeing all the evidence yet that he's guilty, they somehow also believe he's been able to convince an entire team of women to represent him.
Good point.
You know what I mean? Like,
yes, ma'am.
I understand maybe Ann Taylor being your public defender. Okay. But like Miss Mathis coming onto the case, Vicka Barlow going from an expert consultant to lawyer in the case, you have Matthew Nodell and Cy Ray, and I know a lot of people give Cy Ray a lot of shit. And the people who give Cy Ray a lot of shit, those are the same people who leave out the fact that about a month ago, Cy Ray was used to convict in a very high profile case in California.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for those people who say, Cy Ray, he's this, he's that. Okay, well, that's fine. That's your opinion. But somebody better let like all of these other states know who use Cy Ray for conviction that they may want to stop using him. if Cy-Ray is so bad. Do you get what I'm saying? If
I sure do.
Cy-Ray's methodologies and software is so bad, then people need to tell the state of California, Idaho, all of these other places, tell the FBI. Somebody better let the FBI know quickly.
Well, they better
because
stop
they're
using.
using Cy-Ray to convict all the time.
Yep, they better stop using the stuff that he created to do this as well. And don't forget, you guys, this is the only case, the one and only case Cy-Ray has ever worked on. It's for the defense, ever. Okay, so
well, I guess the point that I'm getting at is people like Nodell and Cy-Ray, under normal circumstances, when they're consulting on a case, I mean, they're less likely to help you when you're the defense if they know the person's guilty, I guess is where I'm going with it, right?
Yeah, I got you.
You're going to be less likely to get their help if they know your client is guilty and you're the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're going to write an affidavit to the judge like Cy-Ray did. You're not going to do that if you think the guy's guilty.
I mean, you're not going to put the man has 30 plus years experience. He has a reputation to die for. Like Annie just said, he just convicted. He's not going to throw all that out there and put that all in a line on some bullshit, folks. Think about that. Okay.
Yeah. For anybody who hasn't had a chance to listen to it, the Monica Cimatelli case in California was like the Hollywood hairstylist case. California. That's the the case that he just testified in last month, I think it was. And she was convicted because of the work that came through with the cell phone records and all of that stuff. And so, you know, I guess the point that I'm making here is when you have people like Nodell and Cy who are consulting at first, they actually get to look at the evidence. They're looking at everything. And then usually during their consulting work, if they see something that is like, okay, this person's definitely guilty, they're going to be less likely to help you, which is why they tend to be for the prosecution in almost, 99% of their cases.
Yeah.
Even Nodell, if I remember correctly, Nodell his percentage rate for defense is very low.
Right. Hey, Pete Fox, good to see you. There's proof, like I was stating. McDonut is a McIdiot. He has no idea what he's talking about. He just said about this whole thing that he believes that the defense is the one that put the leak out. Are you stupid, Chris? Are you serious? Serious? Come on. That would make no sense to me whatsoever. That guy's an idiot. That's good to see you, Pete.
If it was the defense who put out the leak, it would be in the defense's order that they are the ones who have 7 days to produce a plan as to how they plan to deal with the leaker and, what's going to be done to prevent it in the future.
Yeah.
If it was, do you get what I'm saying? When you look at the difference in the language from the two orders, one for the prosecution, one for the defense, they're very different.
And why would Dateline play along with the defense as well? They wouldn't want to air something that would benefit the defense if it was coming from the defense.
Yeah, the court has already determined that it came from the state and or law enforcement.
Yes.
Or someone prior on their side. That's where the leak came from. That's why it's the state being ordered to produce the plan and the leaker in the next 7 days.
And the defense's letter basically just told them to watch your shit, lock your shit down, pay attention to who's dealing with your shit, and stay away from anybody that's trying to mess around. The prosecution's letter said, you did it. You fix it. That's exactly what it was.
Right. They have to produce a plan. I mean, technically, the special prosecutor isn't going to come from, like Bill's office or anything like that. That's not going to be who's doing it, but it's up to Bill, technically, the prosecuting office, to try to, as best as they can, determine who it is and produce that information to the special prosecutor. And then the plan needs to be produced to the court, what they're going to do about it and how they're going to prevent it in the future.
I'm curious as hell to see how that plays out. I don't know about you two. I think it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Truly.
I mean, let's not forget either. It's pretty easy to determine, right, that it's not the defense, because up until Bicca Barlow was added to the team team consisted of like 3 to 4 people total.
Yeah.
All of whom have still remained. There's only one person from the defense side, I believe, who didn't leave. They passed away. One of their forensics experts. Outside of that, everybody else that they have, it's a very small team of people, and it's a very small, limited number of people with access to the discovery and the information.
Yeah, and I believe Logston's still there just because we don't see him. He's working in office now because he became the he basically took Ann's place when she moved out of the public defender's office per se. But his name is still on all the documents, folks. So that tells me he's still part of the team. So but that's all that's changed. That's all that's changed. The prosecution brought in their other guy, blah blah blah. So that's that side. But yeah, I'm real curious to see how that plays out. I really am. I want to see what they do. I just don't think it's going to happen. It has to happen, but I don't think it's going to happen real easily, is my opinion. And Hitler also said, there's people that said, we'll never know, we'll never see it. I don't believe that. I think he's going to put it out there for the whole world to see, because this is going to protect him.
I'm starting to wonder if they did hear what they used to do back in the day, you know, in another life, when I dabbled in political stuff.
Yeah.
One of the ways that like they would catch a leaker, you know, you'd have to set a trap, to where the person that you think is your leaker or your mole, you're going to give them a piece of information that's very specific, with very specific language and or verbiage and or a photo, whatever. It's going to be something that you know you only gave to that person, so that when it does get out, you know exactly where it came from. You're going to have 2 truths that go out to people that you know you can trust, and then you're going to have the lie go out to who you think is the leaker. And I'm really wondering if that's what happened here, that there's something in the Dateline special that immediately upon viewing it, they knew, yep, we know where it came from, because there's something in there. Maybe we don't know what it is, but they do. There's a bit of information or a photo or something in there that was intentionally placed to the leaker, so that when it got out, they know where it came from. I think they did this to catch the leaker.
That's a good point. Very good point. I never thought of that like that. See? That's why we love having you around here. We learned.
You get what I'm saying, right? Back in the day, they used to call it like a canary trap. You know, it's kind of along the same lines as like a honey pot or whatever. It was a honey pot is where you're going to use really beautiful women to catch very powerful men in very vulnerable positions, and you're going to photograph them and videotape them and use it to blackmail them.
Right.
Canary trap is a little bit different, because you're using it to catch a leaker. You're using it to catch an internal mole.
Yes. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Annie. I like that idea too. I never thought of
Isn't
that.
there some legal issues though? Like, for example, let's say Bill Thompson is aware that he's got a leak in his office, so he's setting this canary trap to catch whoever it is on his team. But if he says nothing, if he doesn't bring it to the attention of Hitler or the court, and if he's aware of a leak, he hasn't brought it to anybody's attention, and then this Dateline thing happens before anything can be done about it, isn't he then sort of on the hook for not saying anything when he knew about it?
I would think, but
no, because, well, what if listen, hear me out. What if the trap itself, prosecuting office or anything like that? What if your canary trap came from the feds, from jump?
Gotcha. Okay. That's interesting. That's a good point. I
You
never thought of that
understand?
either. Yep. You get that,
So, like,
Jesse?
if
When
the
you
canary trap
Yeah,
was
no,
set in the
you
beginning
can't.
by the feds, right?
The feds could get away with that for sure.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I don't think do you believe it's law enforcement, Annie? You don't think it's anybody in the prosecutor's office at all?
Okay, what do you mean? The person who actually leaked it to Dateline?
Yes, yeah. The initial leak itself.
The initial leak itself, in my opinion, came from the feds.
Gotcha.
The person who leaked it to Dateline I don't believe. I think it's third party.
Yep, I agree with you on that too. A couple people, in my opinion, yeah. I agree with that. So we're gonna go. I think a lot of people believe that it was fed, the initial part of it, because it just makes sense. Nobody's gonna really touch them too much. But
well, the reason I think it was a canary trap by the feds is because if you're the feds and you think somebody is playing fiddly fuck with the case, you're gonna smile in their face and shake their hand and pretend to be their bestie, while you also clock them from the side.
doing
you understand what I'm saying?
Yep, doing their dirt. Yes, ma'am. I gotcha.
You're also gonna set your own little traps while you're smiling in their face and shaking their hand because you think they're playing fiddly fuck with something.
Right. Track a mole, like Jen just said. Right.
That's just my opinion.
Do you guys think there's any feds or law enforcement posing as content creators or panelists or trying to weasel their way into places like this? It certainly seems like if they aren't doing that, it's an opportunity that they're leaving on the table anyways.
I think that's been going on.
I think they've been doing that for a long time.
Yep. I was going to say the same thing. Probably from close to the beginning, in my opinion. Yes. What people call plants, they put in the different chats and stuff like that. I agree.
I remember, gosh, like even like a decade ago, like, in another life, my political life, I remember back then, being told, like, don't even, it was a while ago too, at least almost 9 years ago, like your Reddit boards, your 4chan, all of that, like that's mostly spooks.
Yeah.
Mostly spooks. It's spook shit, it's feds and spooks.
Right.
So Papa Rogers probably a spook.
There's a lot of people. A lot of people believe he's law enforcement. What you think? 13. Welcome, by the way. Says, do you think possible that the fire that happened where supposed evidence was housed could have been extracted by someone that had access before the fire? I think I know what you mean. I don't know. What are we talking about here? Was there a fire
in Coeur d'Alene, I think?
Is that one you're talking about in Coeur d'Alene? I don't know.
Is that where his actual the Coeur d'Alene forensics lab, it's my understanding the only piece of evidence that was stored there had to do with was it the laptop, if I remember correctly?
I don't remember.
Or was that post-fall?
It could have been. It could have been. You could be right. Jen said yes, but I didn't know a whole lot about that. But yeah, I know you could be right. You could be right.
I think there was only like a specific piece of evidence that was at the Coeur d'Alene forensics lab, but anything to do with like Amazon warrants for Brian, Google warrants for Brian, phone warrants for Brian, all of that would have been held at Moscow. The Moscow.
Okay, she says they had victims' phones. Is that what you're referring to? What you think is that they had victims' phones there?
Oh, okay. They had at Coeur d'Alene.
That's interesting. Heather said every day, all day. Which I did.
I'd have to look at the warrants again.
Yeah, that I didn't know about that. That would be convenient, but specifically phones and laptops. Okay. That is quite interesting. I didn't know that.
I mean, I haven't looked at the phone warrants in a long time. It's been a while. Trying to remember who was put. I'm trying to remember the heading on it, because that's going to tell you who's putting in the warrant for it. It tells you who put it in, the date they put it in, the date that it was received, and the date that it was returned, and where it was returned to. That's going to tell you if it was returned to Moscow Police Department, Post Falls Police, Coeur d'Alene Police. Right.
Yeah, Eddie, if he's still in here, he probably would know that, the title on the document and stuff like that. So, hey, Josie, good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a while since I looked at those warrants.
Yeah, it's been a couple years for sure, but that's an interesting piece of information and an interesting thought. I wouldn't be surprised, considering how many things have happened now, Annie. Truly, we have this now that just happened. We had Sky's statement that came out before that. Way back when, we had a statement of prosecutorial misconduct that was thrown out there. I mean, how much stuff can go down in one case before somebody goes, okay, we have a problem here, folks? You know what I mean? It's right there. It's right there in black and white. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't see it any other way at this point. And like I said, you were saying about not really being on the fencer. I was for quite a while. I sat right there and waited to see what I would see. Not anymore. Not even
It's
close.
not so much that I'm on the fence. It's just that I prefer, just like any trial that I pay attention to.
Yeah.
Right. Like even before this case and before I got on YouTube or anything, I've always been a trial watcher. I love trials. But I usually tend to wait and my best as I possibly can. Wait until we see all of the evidence, what is actually going to make it in to trial. Because that's also key. It's not about, you know what I mean? It's about what's actually going to make it in.
Very true.
You know, and then how that's going to be presented. So all of that's always been very interesting to me. Not so much that I'm on the fencer. I just want to wait to see all of the evidence in full context, right? Because context is key.
Agreed. And I that's kind of where I was too, is what I was trying to say, is I was trying to wait for the trial to see everything before I got to a point where I would make my decision. They haven't given me a choice at this point, truly.
Yeah. Like my Google searches for a quadruple stabbing, and I'm looking up images of quadruple stabbing because I'm trying to find crime scene photos, right?
Yeah.
If someone can, accuse me of a crime and they were to just look at my Google searches, it could absolutely be used against me as a negative. It's about the context.
Yep.
Right? What was the Google search for? Was the Google search because I was looking at something in a case? Or is it because I'm a fucking psychopath who's trying to figure out how to, commit a quadruple homicide?
Exactly. Yes. Like,
right. So it's the context.
Yeah. If when they bring up the whole Ted Bundy bullshit, whether he's Googling it, that's great. He Googled it. But like she just said, in what context? He's a criminology student, folks. What was he Googling about Ted Bundy? And they seem to think because it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, that means something. That means he's a murderer now trying to pre-plan this. No, that's just the way he is.
I look at it too, is like even the Google searches, they talk about that were happening after the crime.
Right.
Allegedly related to the crime. Right. Okay.
Yes.
So even if he was doing that, I want to know the context. Is it in the context that he's in the classroom with all of the other criminology students who are all talking about it because everyone's talking about the fucking murder that just happened at the other campus, and they're all looking it up. They're all Google searching information.
Everybody.
Even when it comes to the tip, this alleged tip that Ann Taylor found. It is my very strong opinion. This is just my opinion. But I think the reason that maybe she was so surprised to find the tip, because she thought maybe it would either be missing, buried, etc. I'm not throwing it out the window here that tip itself came from Koberger.
Right.
And that's why she was so surprised to find it.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Others have said that too. You're not the only one. Welcome, Chickbait. Thank you for joining
Would
us.
you not absolutely pass out if Ann Taylor comes forth saying that the tip for the alternate suspect that she was so surprised to find in the state batch of 45,000 plus tips came from Koberger himself?
That would be
and
wild.
his tip is dead on.
Yep.
Right?
That'd be wild as hell. Yes, ma'am. That,
That
would be wild.
autism tenfold, if you ask me. It would make sense.
Agreed. Thomas Sharp, can you please re-ask your question? I'm so sorry, hon. This chat's flying, and so it's hard to keep up. So, if you could re-ask it, I really promise you I'll try to answer it then. And again, welcome, Chickbait. Thank you for joining us.
And Dago, I can't stay here too long, so
That's fine. Did you have a question or something to add that you wanted to, or did you just hop up?
I hopped up. I did have a question because Miss Potts touched on something, but then she kept going, and then I had a brain fart, so let me think about it.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It'll come back around. It will.
I got something to piggyback on what Miss Potts said, and it's about the Dateline thing and how a lot of the stuff was vague and misleading. I got to think the porn searches. Did they ever give us the exact word for word search terms he was searching for, or did they just use vague language? Let's say non-consensual. Like, for example, if that's your thing, and I'm not saying that's my thing, just to be clear. If your thing is non-consensual porn, that's not going to be the words you use to Google search for it, right? It's going to be probably a little bit different, a little bit more colorful. Yeah. And without the exact terms, it leaves things up for interpretation. Like it could be rough sex. Hey, I like rough sex. Oh, that could be interpreted as non-consensual, right? When that's not necessarily.
Well, Jesse, I mean, who's not to say that looking up those terms, as nasty as they may seem to other people, wasn't a part of his criminology?
Agreed.
It's meaningless to me, even if I know a lot of people are disgusted by it, but I have to tell you, I'm a dude. I know lots of dudes. Dudes are doing stuff like that, watching stuff like that, looking
dudes
for,
dudes, I get that. Consensual is one thing, but who's not to say that Koberger wasn't researching it because of Ted Bundy?
Good point. And Alicia just said, let's be honest, that's not exactly an uncommon fetish for a person to have. Look at all of those weird vampire werewolf books that they've got out now. She's right. Okay.
And then one of the hoodies he was wearing on the Dateline thing, they showed WSU. I'm like, oh wow, way to advertise where you're from.
Well, they didn't even. The funny thing you said that they didn't when they put that initial video out. They didn't show that. They just showed the black hoodie with the most ominous look they could. They photoshopped it to make him look as bad as they could. They didn't show the other goofy ones that he took pictures with as well. That's the context of it. The way,
my question was this. Okay, this guy, if he did do it, right, Jesse? If he did do it, he really messed up by looking up the crime after the fact and all this other stuff he looked up and Ted Bundy and whatever. Let's dismiss criminology student altogether. Where is the evidence that he looked up any of these 4 students? Even the Dateline said he looked up everybody around them, but not them. Make it make sense, right? It doesn't make sense to me.
No, and I disagree with the concept of somebody wanting to be like Ted Bundy, because to me, Ted Bundy is not an example of a guy who was successful.
He was a failure.
He's got a big number, I guess, but he was a bit of a bumbling fool at times.
Yes, he was a failure. I agree.
Well, I
don't think you'd consider him a genius to the degree like.
I don't consider Ted Bundy a genius. So my question is hear me out. If you're a criminology major, PhD, right? You pick the worst criminal and then you copy the worst one because you want to get caught. Like, that would be the only thing that would make sense in a weird way. Right?
Okay. Yeah. Wait. Say that one more time, chick. I'm sorry. Repeat it.
I said if you're a criminology major and you've studied all the biggest players in the game, all the crimes, right?
Right.
And you pick Ted Bundy because you want to be a bad criminal, like not a good one, like one that gets caught.
Well, I mean, that would make a little more sense because he, in my opinion, he was a failure. So yeah. As
Yeah,
far as the
if
criminal
he
goes,
did it, he'd be a major failure. But at the same time, I'm like, every evidence that we have, and I'm going back to the Dateline one, it's most recent, right? But the fact that all his loose ends seem to happen after the fact. Before the fact, all you have is a woman he rejected. Ooh, wow. He listened to a Britney Spears song later on.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, I felt like I was watching like an SNL.
A skit from Saturday Night Live. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. He said, I like hiking. I enjoy that activity. Oh my gosh.
Right.
My brother has autism, by the way, so he talks very weird like that.
Agreed. No, I get it. My son, you guys know my son is that, and it, like I said, it's not even that abnormal though with the things he's saying. So I get what you mean, though. You know what I mean?
I'm on the spectrum too, but I'm not that. Like, I'm more ADHD.
That's my son. Yeah, he's got that.
But she makes a strong point, though, when you see some of the things in the Dateline.
Yes.
The points she made up, the Britney Spears song, the language he used in the text message, which was to most people quite normal, and then they tried to represent it as being so weird. When you see those parts of the Dateline special, that should prompt you to have serious distrust for everything else you've seen. Even if you can't put your finger on why you should distrust it, you should still be wary of it and still distrust it, because they've already established that they're being dishonest with you by cropping out the WSU on the sweatshirt, by representing his text message as weird when it wasn't really weird. Right. And, you know, they've established that they can't be trusted.
Usually 48 hours, 2020 Dateline, they usually cover cases after the fact.
Yeah.
After you're convicted.
Yeah.
And doing it before is like, who is responsible for that? Because they don't do that.
It's the same as anybody that wrote a book on it. It should have waited until the case was closed.
And then Howard Bloom was on there, and I forget the language they used because I can't find. I watched it live. Okay.
Idiot.
No.
Idiot. Oh,
no,
sorry.
No, they said he was like a correspondent, or he worked for NBC.
Yeah, he's some kind of a correspondent that works for them, which I think is a joke, but whatever.
Yeah, but then that's circumspect. You know, like you have to look at that fact, and the fact they had to say it. That goes after Howard Bloom, right?
Agreed. Yeah, I agree.
And
it puts him on the spot for sure.
People are going to get sued hardcore after this, in my opinion.
I can agree. They should. They probably should.
And
Howard Bloom needs to get sued into oblivion. That guy's a snake in the grass.
For what the statements that he put out there and the things that he put out about people.
And the fact that, you know, Kohberger and the defense had to ask for his family to be allowed in the courtroom, that should have been automatically allowed.
Right. And I agree with that one too, Heather. I've thought about that a long time. Heather said, I would be willing to bet my whole right foot. Keep your foot, Heather. We don't need it. You need them both. That Brian was doing his doctorate on Ted Bundy. I can absolutely agree with that because he did a lot of that.
Okay, but the thing that's so farcical to me, can you compare Kohberger to Ted Bundy? Come on.
No, but his doctorate that he was working on, the papers and stuff that he was doing, was probably based off that. If you think right, or remember back, his mother she had done papers on Bundy as well. It would make some sense. What's happening, Charge? Good to see you. It would make sense, Heather. I can agree with that. Anyway.
Well, howdy there, Dago.
What's happening, Sarge?
Well, I didn't know you were on here for the last 3 hours. I'd have joined earlier.
Well, you don't pay attention to me like I pay attention to you, so I know.
It sounds like a mutual problem.
It is. We're both.
I'm going to break into the romance, but I got to get going.
All right, chick. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
No, I was joking with you, Sarge. Anyway, it's good to have you. I'm glad you are here.
Did you watch anything of Harsh put out today?
I was told to. I didn't get a chance to review it yet. I've heard that
I saw the thumbnail
right here. It was just dropped to me actually.
Yeah, he talks about Steve G's up there saying at 2:15 a.m.
That the time changed. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Let me see.
That guy needs a gag order. They need to shut him down. He needs to, for the benefit of his own daughter, he needs to just shut up.
It makes
Is this a different one than the one that had Burkhart in the thumbnail?
I think
Or is that
so.
the same one?
This is a brand new one, I think. That was here. It is right here.
Because the one that had Burkhart in the thumbnail, I didn't watch that one either, but I definitely saw the Burkhart.
Beautiful.
What he was basing it on. I saw it right from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
We can actually look at this real quick. It's only 11 minutes long, and he's been throwing some interesting stuff out lately too.
He's debating JB Gunner tomorrow.
Is he really? That'll be interesting.
I wonder why he would even give JB Gunner the exposure.
Welcome, Stacy Jane Platt. Let's see what this is real quick, because this is basically stating that the time's different now at 2:15. So that's quite interesting to me.
Yeah, you should be able to jump through it quite a bit, get past his intro and stuff.
People, I hope you are all well and do all that nice jazz, karma. In this video, we are talking. Did I say that you look amazing? Because you do.
Fucking.
Okay, so I'm going to put it up on the screen. We're going to listen to it together because it's very important that you pay close attention to what is being said by Steve Gonsalves. And once we listen to it, we're going to need to talk about it.
I talked to Hunter directly, and it sucks. He had a broken soul. This is a man who's seen his best friend dead, like dying, like gone. So we exchanged a moment, and I talked to him, and he was trying to protect everyone in that house to not go through what was overwhelming him at the moment. So I don't know about the details of upstairs, downstairs, door open, door not. But in the bigger picture, does it really matter? He was literally just responding to what he probably thought was a prank, thinking his friend, his best buddy, had these girls rolling. And he showed up there, and he seen the opposite of a prank. And I seen it in his eyes. He was broken. He was very broken from what he had seen.
Well, did Hunter tell you that he was able to open the door to Xana's room and witness Xana and Ethan in there?
He told me that he went to the door, and he was trying to go through that door, and he was trying to figure out what was going on in there. It's kind of like what you're hearing with that audio. He announced himself. He said, "Hey, I'm here. What's going on?" But they didn't respond, and he went in there. He seen something, and I think around 2:15, you hear when somebody truly sees.
Hello, how is everyone? You amazing.
Yeah, hold up with his analysis of all of that is.
2:15.
What'd you say, Sarge?
Well, let's hold off on his analysis.
Sure.
Isn't he just referring to 2:15 on the 911 call, like 2 minutes and 15 seconds? He's not referring to 2:15 in the morning.
Right, which is kind of how I surmise that. However, I don't know how long that 911 call lasted. And he's contradicting himself. That's why he says, does it really matter if the doors were open or not? So this is where I really run into an issue with Steve, is that it does matter.
It does.
It matters to know that Dylan saw that young woman on the floor at 4-something a.m. It matters that the doors were left open and the dog was in a room with an open door. All of that really does matter. And he's willing to just skate over him coming out and telling us stories that were fake.
Well, it was even worse on his interview with Drunk Turkey, because on that interview he said, I don't know if it was the bedroom door or the front door. And then at the end of the day, does it really matter? He didn't say that in this one. In this one, he was just really wishy-washy, like he doesn't know nothing. But in the in the drunk turkey one, he actually mentioned that he was trying to get away, trying to draw attention away by saying maybe he meant the front door. And obviously, if he meant the front door, that means and I've always suspected, and I still believe to this day, those girls didn't stay in that house all night until noon the next day with what was in that house. There's just no way.
Well, that doesn't fit either, though, Jesse, because they didn't call the police. If something scares you out of your own home, why are you waiting till the next day at noon to call the police? That just makes zero sense.
Well, no, I know, but
what they did
because they're
Here's
lying.
But here's the point: that's the truth. They're lying, and nothing we impose on what would make sense can fit because it won't fit. Do you
I'm just
understand?
saying how difficult it would be if you're a 19-year-old girl that scares easily, the kind of girl that they're trying to represent themselves to be, frozen shock and don't know what's going on, and this situation's too big for me, I can't handle it. And if we think they do know what happened at 4 o'clock in the morning, to spend that time from 4 o'clock in the morning with essentially bodies going off, that's a lot to ask of any person, the toughest among us, let alone some vulnerable young girls. I got to imagine that would creep them the fuck out. One in the swear jar for Miss Potts.
Okay.
And they'd get out of Dodge and come back, and that explains why, their phones were very active in the morning, and then the call doesn't get made till noon when they meet Emily and Hunter. It just makes too much sense to me that they went somewhere in the neighborhood to spend the night.
By the way, the 911 call was about 5 minutes, 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes for anybody.
Let me make this point. The information that was released recently and all of this doors open, the phone call, if that was released earlier, most of the people involved in paying attention to this would have seen that the PCA was full of lies and partial truths. The entire document to arrest Koberger is not solid fact because Dylan herself contradicts what's in there, written by the police or not. You can't again make a square round when you say she frozen shock face, and then she went in her bedroom, right? She closed and locked the door. They left us with the idea that she remained in that room,
right?
And that is not true. Nor is the fact that nobody witnessed anything. She witnessed a body on the floor. Therefore, that's not true. So every single statement that was made into that document is false. And therefore, there should never have been arrest of this individual. That should never have passed the smell test. But they wrote it to pass the smell test because if they'd have put all the data in there that they had, the only suspects that would have been viable would have been Bethany and Dylan. Is that a fair assessment?
That sounds right.
It backs up what I'm saying, though, too, because if they left the house at 4:30 in the morning, they can't put that in the document either because there's going to be an awful lot of questions. How you could leave? Why would you leave the house? Right?
Yeah. Where did you go? Who did you talk to? What did you say?
Well, speaking about things that aren't true is, we were told that all 4 victims were home by like 2 a.m., 1:45 a.m. And in fact, we're now finding out that even closer to like 2:30 a.m., Xana and Ethan still aren't home yet.
Yep. Very true. Very true.
And this story that Hippler put out in the documents recently of the four of them sitting on a bed talking about going to the food truck, doesn't that sound like something that was added later as a cover?
Absolutely.
How about the fact that car that the people are calling the green Elantra, it appears based on what inconclusive statements have been made about it that it was actually in that neighborhood.
Yes. Facts.
Right? No, we didn't know any of that. We couldn't even surmise that. As a matter of fact, we completely ignored that lime green Elantra because it was lime green. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And we didn't know who owned it. We don't know who owned it.
We looked at it a year ago and blew it off like it was nothing.
Right.
Okay, but we still just glossed over the fact that by approximately 2:30 a.m., 2 of these victims are still not home yet.
Oh yeah,
So
right.
where are they and who are they with?
That's a good point.
They
That's a
also
good
glossed
question.
over the fact of the phone that was used, according by Xana, was on TikTok at 4:12 a.m. That's completely wrong. It was
3:16.
3 something a.m.
The other thing I want to point out is in the Dateline it says Hunter was Ethan was most likely sleeping,
Yeah.
and the 2:30 they're not home by 2:30 a.m. So what time do they actually get home? And then Xana's ordering food, or somebody's ordering food on Ethan's account, or however that goes down.
And
There's
why?
really
I like to
no
ask a
indication
single
that Ethan's
question.
sleeping.
Why
get
don't we
people-
know what time they actually got home, Annie? Going back to that, and Sarge, Jesse, why don't we have an exact time at this point now?
Well, I got a simple question. All that we know now is in complete contradiction of the PCA. And do you suppose that many more people would see that if this was done in the proper order of release? This stuff should have been given to us in the very beginning. We shouldn't have to wait 2.5, 3 years to finally find out that everything they allege is not just unprovable, but it's materially false.
Agreed. Absolutely agree. It's like they took a deck of cards and threw it up in the air, and little by little, one's dropping every so often, and we get a little bit more information here or there. It's ridiculous. And it's exactly the opposite of what we were told at the beginning.
Jury wouldn't be poisoned if they got all this information from the jump.
True.
Both sides of the story, right?
True.
Coming only from the prosecution. Remember, the defense has only said Brian wasn't there. That's it.
And
he didn't do it. The defense isn't giving you this massive outline of different data and information, and they're not giving you anything. It's only coming from the prosecution. They're contradicting their own case.
And all three of you have to agree there's a reason why this is happening like this. There has to be. Okay? I've never seen anything like this in my life. The way this is coming out and being dropped and flipped and turned and spun upside down, inside out, I've never seen this happen like this before. So there's got to be a real reason for this.
And I've been trying to get to gamble with Jesse here, but he's not that cooperative. Here's my bet when it comes to whoever leaked the information, whether the person's discovered or not. My bet says that the information released would have been inadmissible at trial to begin with, and that it was released and painted a picture of Brian that they were never going to be able to paint in front of a jury, and that's why it was released.
Hey,
you follow me?
What's happening, chick? Welcome back. Yes, sir. I do.
I
Agreed.
know. I got triggered by some information about Judge Hippler.
How so?
Hippler is finally realizing what a fiasco this case has been since Latah County to Ada County.
I'm sure. I can, yeah.
And Dateline, I think, sent him over the edge where he was I think he thinks, crap, I'm in over my head.
It could be. I mean, he seemed a little bit more understanding of defense yesterday or day before.
I think he realized that what was released on Dateline would never have been allowed in his courtroom.
Yeah,
and
but
to release that and to frame
berating-
Brian Kohlberger with that made him pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was berating Ann Taylor for these so-called alleged accusations of the media, right? The media doing this and the media doing that. Like, oh, shut up. You know, they're not doing any of that. Dateline came out. You can't ignore that.
No, I mean, it proves it. It proved it. And like I said, it kind of felt like he was leaning in on the defense then in his own way. Sorry
Well,
this happened, you know?
Try to understand that in trial, the picture of him in a hoodie is not relevant to the crime charged.
Not at all. It's inadmissible.
And then you're going to blur out the WSU part of the hoodie? I mean, like,
we didn't
a
know
lot
where
of
he
that.
had.
A lot of that stuff that was put out from Dateline it absolutely probably is inadmissible, but it doesn't matter now. The damage is done.
Oh, I mean, I laughed out loud when they said they were enlarging it for detail and they just made it more blurry. You know, that's not how it works.
But when you're building a circumstantial case, evidence like that's never going to be presented to the jury because it's just not admissible. You're going beyond the bounds of the charges.
Right.
Okay?
You know what I found rather laughable?
What's that?
About the Dateline thing, one of the big takeaways from the Guilters, I saw it all over Twitter, all over YouTube, was how fast the car was going. Whoa, he's done now. Did you see how fast the car was going? I mean, what car? You know, I still just, this car thing's driving me nuts, and I'm glad
insane.
Sarge is on board with the green car.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
you know,
I'm not on board with any car being involved. That's what I'm on board with. There was no car used in this crime.
I guess Well, what I said before you arrived, Sarge, was I'm not ready to say that it's been proved that the car in the footage was actually the green Elantra. But what I can say with 100% surety is we've now I've had it proved to myself that any car that's any other color than black, so any green car, orange car, gray car, silver car, is going to appear to be white in those cameras.
Correct.
Whether it's the green car or not, the green car is going to appear to be white in those cameras. Therefore, the footage of said car is just a car. It's not a white Elantra. To refer to it as a white Elantra is disingenuous and should be objected to every single time.
Yeah.
And I think that as Yvonne is asking questions about the chair, I think that was an observer. I think they were involved in the crime and they sat down to observe the finishing of the crime in that room.
It could be. It could
More
be
than one person.
More people. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. It makes absolute sense, Sarge. And by any means,
I just want to circle back to Hippler here for a second.
Go ahead.
Because Hippler here, you know, because Schickbait brought it up and it made me think of it. It's interesting to me, the comment that he made about how the media has treated the survivors.
Yeah.
What a joke.
I thought it was interesting he made that comment because I'm trying to figure out like what media he's talking about. Unless he's talking about just like social media.
They've supported the surviving roommates. Absolutely supported
Right.
and maybe
Well, your Ass Search News Network doesn't support the roommates.
No, and that's what they've done. So I don't know what he's talking about. They've
There's
been
a few
supported
of
and
us that don't.
glorified.
But that's what I mean. I
Yes.
was a little bit confused as to how he was talking about how like the media has portrayed the victims.
Right.
Meanwhile, he wants to know who the leaker is to the media because it's going to potentially taint the jury pool, going to take longer to see the jury, going to deprive, you know, the defendant of his rights and blah, blah, blah. But it's just really interesting to me, like the duality, right?
Yes. Yes.
It's just an interesting duality to me for Hippler here. That
do you guys read into anything
the
that when he
media
said
has portrayed?
When he said that
Sorry, what?
you can't, when he said that they're going to need more than half a day to discuss the alternate perpetrators, did you guys read into that at all? Like the defense seemed to think that it would be done in a half a day, suggesting that the defense maybe didn't think they had much of a shot, or I don't. Maybe that's not. Maybe not. But anyways, Hippler seemed adamant they're going to need more than a half a day to go over that.
Those two girls had angel wings attached to them until recently when all this additional information came forward. And then people were bold enough to start questioning them, where some of us were questioning them the entire time this has happened from the moment it started. And we all agree, if those were two young men, they would not have been treated the way these two people were treated.
We weren't allowed.
I guess the way I look at it is like, we know that Dateline is the example being used, right? That is allegedly fucking with this case.
Right.
That's an example.
Yes.
Right. So I guess the way I look at it is if we have a source, that's his example. So his example for investigating a leak, assigning a special prosecutor. Okay. The source is he wants whatever Dateline. He's giving that example. There is no example given. What is the example of what media source is he referencing that has shed negative light on the two survivors? Because it's my understanding no mainstream media at all has done that. And the only media that I could think of he's talking about is going to be literally social media, YouTube, which I'm not sure why he would even know that to begin with.
Well, he shouldn't, but it sounds like he would. And like Sarge said, you just said, we've all said, we weren't allowed to talk about them in the beginning. All of us stayed away from it. We shied away out of respect for quote unquote victims. I've never believed they were victims. They're witnesses. That's how I see them.
I just want an example.
Suspects. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It hasn't happened.
They're suspects to me.
Agreed.
They're suspects to me. I don't see them as witnesses or victims. They're suspects.
I've never ever seen a mainstream media channel talk negative about them ever, Annie, ever. Never. So
the only thing I saw
that's
was
kind
in
of what
the
I mean.
beginning.
I noticed
On day
I
one,
noticed that like no example was provided of the negative portrayal of the roommates, I guess is my point. There's no example provided.
on day one, when they first arrived to the very first press conference, just announcing the crime without any suspects. This is back when they were calling it a crime of passion and a targeted attack. The reporters that showed up in the very, very, very first day were like, what do you mean they didn't call 911 till, so what happened? You know, asking all the right questions, all the questions that you expect a reporter to ask. And after the first day, the kibosh was put on that. No more asking the right questions, but only that first day were they ever asking those
questions would have never ended if they would have released comprehensive data from what was actually obtained in those interviews. I mean, you know, he led her into the mask. He led her into the bushy eyebrows. That's nonsense. I mean, and even asking a young woman that has an eye fetish for whatever reason, maybe it's not a sexual thing, but she's got an attraction to eyes, to even use the word eye in an interview with her is wrong. She should naturally come forward with the eyes. She's an eye fetishist, right? So for the policeman to set that on the table for her to then make an answer to, that should not have, you don't do that in an interview when you're trying to collect evidence of a mass murder. Even a robbery, you don't do that. I had a snowplow stolen. The cop asked me to describe somebody. I did. And then he lined up 9 pictures and says, can you pick them out? And I did. He was like, thank you. That was it. So if you're a witness to a crime or a victim of a crime, as these 2 young women are being, you don't lead people on. And the guy I picked, sadly, running away from police, crashed into a woman that was part of an orchestra and crippled her for life. How do you like them apples? What a sick world. But again, I'm just so frustrated with how poorly all this was done and how we were all denied access to information that would have actually given people fair, honest things to question.
Where'd everybody go? All of a sudden, it's quiet.
I think they were expecting me to talk, and they probably went to go.
So the alternate perps, clearly they're not pointing the finger at Dylan and Bethany at this point, because based on Hippler's comments, they're still victims and they're going to get nice front row seats and all that. But Sarge, do you want to float any potential alternate perps, or no idea?
Whoever the DNA is connected to, and every single one that it can be connected to, and the fact that they didn't run to get it connected to somebody makes them a potential perpetrator of that crime.
Do you think she's going to bring either one of those 2 forth as an alternate perp?
I don't know if she's got the cojones to do so, but I would immediately. I wouldn't hesitate at all.
Well, what about not bringing them forth until you're given a chance to cross-examine? I don't even know. Is she even going to get to cross-examine Dylan?
Of course.
Well, they've already proven that they're going to be on the stand. They said that in the whatchamacallit, in the hearing. So.
I mean, if I was Ann, if it was up to me, I wouldn't let the cat out of the bag. I would keep quiet, pretend I'm not even interested, because as soon as you mention that that's what your intention is, all they're going to do is block it, right? They're not going to let you get away with that.
Yeah, they said victims of burglary, Michael, because entering a home unlawfully in that state is considered a felony burglary, whether you take anything or not.
Right.
Well, the judge did say it's his opinion they're victims, right? In my opinion.
Yes.
The survivors are victims.
In his opinion.
And if I remember correctly, concerning like the alternate perpetrator topic, he made it a point to say, well, in my opinion, they are victims, but he also made it a point to say that what they've presented so far in their proffer is highly objectionable.
Makes it sound like a potential cop or something.
Maybe going after Dylan. That's who I would target, would be Dylan as a potential perpetrator involved in the crime itself. The footprint and the blood on the railing should establish a probable cause for the way these people look at it over there, or at least suspicion that she tracked from her room down the railing. And then I would go from there.
But if she actually put Dylan's name forward, and that's what Hippler was referring to as highly objectionable, could he then later state he's reserved seats for them? Because if he was to accept Dylan if he was to accept whatever they're putting forward, and he was at least creating the illusion that he was going to entertain what they were saying, he didn't really poo-poo it that much, in my opinion. He made it sound like, okay, we got a lot to talk about here. You're going to have to give me this information. He almost, it was the most interested I've seen him actually in an interaction with the defense. It was probably the most pleasant interaction between him and the defense that I had seen. And if it was Dylan, I think he would have freaked out about that. Also, he wouldn't then offer them like front row seats and call them victims after that, would he?
Well, that's why I don't think that's kind of why I don't think whatever they proffered, I don't think it involves either Bethany or Dylan.
No, because they wouldn't be allowed to sit in the court.
But I think it is going to be highly objectionable. Well, it's definitely going to be highly objectionable to the public, to the people in the courtroom who may potentially hear it, I think is what he means. So, if whatever they've proffered isn't implicating Dylan or Bethany, but also highly plausible, highly objectionable, and he's a little bit concerned about the public hearing it.
Well,
it just
Brian
makes
has
me
his
wonder what they
constitutional right to
proffered.
defend himself. The judge don't gotta like it. I
No,
know
it just
the
makes
judge has
me
got a rule on the
wonder
law.
what they proffered.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious what they. How about the mention of weapons being brought into the courtroom or devices that have to get past security? Some people are running around suggesting that they got the knife. Bunch of empty heads.
Well, I'm one of them.
Well, but they got 3 knives they recovered from Brian's home. Why wouldn't that be ever entered into evidence?
It may be that knife they took from PA. It could be.
Sarge said that a while back.
I guess the point that I was getting at with my post about the knife was that clearly Hitler is under the impression there is a bladed weapon that is going to need to be brought in by marshals in order to pass security at the courthouse.
Right.
And it's going to need to be in a display box when presented in the courtroom.
Right.
Now, I understand he was using it as an example. Yes. But, I'm also of the opinion, I think that he said it because he knows there's a bladed weapon that someone plans to bring in as a piece of evidence in this case. And I had people telling me that it was just going to be used, even if there was one. It's as a demonstrative aid. And I'm like, you mean like the dollhouse? Because I haven't seen a motion.
I don't think
I haven't seen any motion filed by the state.
I don't think you could bring in a knife that had nothing to do with the crime and say that there was a knife just like this. I don't think you can. Maybe with an image.
But
not
can
a
you,
knife.
No,
can
even
you
if you
actually
did,
bring in
even
the
if you
alleged?
wanted to bring in you can. But even if you wanted to bring in a replica, that's kind of the point that I'm getting at. If you wanted to use a replica as a demonstrative aid, then you're going to present it in the same way they presented the dollhouse.
Yeah.
You're going to file your motion to use
but
this
the dollhouse
thing
represents
as a demonstrative aid.
Ms. Potts, the dollhouse represents the actual crime scene itself, and it's well established that house was part of the crime scene. Where to bring in a knife and show a juror a knife and say that this was a similar type used, I don't know that you could actually produce that in court and make that kind of an argument. Right. I don't know that would be allowed. You didn't recover a murder weapon. You have no way to know what was used. You can suggest verbally. The coroner
all I know is that I've seen neither side ask about presenting a knife is the point that I'm getting at. I haven't seen anything about
same here.
Anyone wanting to present a bladed weapon, but for all we know, there is one. And Hitler's saying if there is one, for example, y'all better make sure it's the marshals bringing it here for security clearance purposes, and it's going to be in a display box.
I mean, if they had the weapon, we'd have heard about that. There'd have been some kind of a documentation, something, I don't know. But
and they do have 3 knives that we're aware of.
Yeah.
A fillet knife, right? Or what do you call it when you do fish? You have a folding knife, and then you have just a knife.
the nondescript knife. And here's the thing: is I agree. I don't think they could bring in something as a demonstrative tool to say, because we don't know for a fact that it was a
Well, the defense couldn't they?
bar.
The defense expert that's going to hypothesize that there was multiple perps based on the injuries, and if the defense is going to suggest that, let's say, a machete was used,
Yeah.
Perhaps their
No.
expert could come in and say, we believe that it was something like this. Machete.
He would have to take the coroner's exam and the pictures of the wounds and say this could not have been made by the alleged weapon. The prosecution is saying.
Well, let's not forget, though, too. Let's not forget in the filing from the defense regarding the alternate perpetrator, in one of the footnotes, Elisa Mathis directs the court, okay, to the IGG.
Yeah.
All of the sealed information regarding IGG is where the court can go see for themselves what the defense is talking about regarding alternate perpetrator evidence. So that's a big clue. That's a big clue as to where the evidence lies for the alternate perpetrator. Yeah?
Yes. Yep. That's what I said. It's going to be associated with
information is.
Right. It's going to be associated with evidence collected from the crime scene that has names attached to it, and that would be DNA.
Yeah.
I don't know that it. I don't know that it has names because IGG isn't going to produce a singular name.
Right.
But it's interesting that the defense is directing the court to take a look at, some of the DNA evidence.
Okay. Yeah.
Not necessarily that a name was given. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
So
well, I think
I guess the point that I'm going here with this, when it comes to the knife, this is just a theory that I have, especially where he's talking about if a knife, for example, is going to be produced as a piece of evidence, etc. Right? If there is a knife, I'm of the opinion that if there is a knife, they've had it from the beginning. They tried to hide it.
Yeah.
And at some point during IGG, when Bicca Barlow gets involved, Gabby Vargas is getting involved, when this whole IGG process is happening and things are happening with that, that is when maybe perhaps
I
they
wonder
were kind of tipped off to there's a knife involved here. It's not just a sheath. Because with the way that I look at it is, to me, when you look at the social media of some of the victims and their friends, and we know that they're playing live action Fruit Ninja at the house next door with that big ass machete and the watermelons, right? It is very difficult for me to believe that in this house of 6 people or more, not a single bladed weapon was found, but you found just this lone sheath.
Did they ever say that Hunter grabbed a kitchen knife? What if Hunter actually went up?
He went into the kitchen. He went into the kitchen to grab a knife.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not possible that Hunter actually walked in to the scene and picked up the murder weapon.
No, I said he got it out of the kitchen.
I've just been of the opinion for a while that more than likely a bladed weapon was found, and the reason that I think the state would want to hide that and stick with the sheath is because that bladed weapon, upon testing or whatever was done to it,
right?
Maybe there's a couple of things happening. One, the bladed weapon doesn't match the sheath. They're 2 completely different things.
Yep.
And number 2, maybe the bladed weapon only has 1 or 2 of the victim's DNA on it, not all 4, which would immediately tip you that you have another weapon that was used at some point, because you should have 4 victims' blood on the knife. If it was just 1 knife.
Or they recovered a
assuming it doesn't have Brian's DNA on it, because
they may have recovered
DNA,
that knife in Pennsylvania may be a K-bar, and there was nothing on it. It was empty of evidence.
True, absolutely.
They may have a
yeah.
sheath. They may have a complete knife and sheath that belonged to that they recovered.
I was just giving an example.
Yeah.
I was just giving an example of if a knife was recovered from the scene, maybe why the state tried to hide it for a little while and just focus on the sheath, and then the defense found out about it when they started digging around in all the discovery and the evidence and the DNA shit. That's kind of all I was getting at, is that it makes me wonder if once these DNA experts are getting involved, they're realizing, wait a minute, it wasn't just a sheet, because there's excerpts. Like Bicca Barlow is quoting Judge from the sealed hearing that they did regarding IGG. And
Right.
Judge is quoted something about the swabbing of the knife. You know, it is what it is. I don't know if they have a knife. I have no idea. I'm just saying it's highly probable a bladed weapon was recovered from this fucking house. I don't think, and maybe it has nothing to do with the crime.
Right.
It may have nothing to do with the crime, but to assume that there's not a single bladed weapon when they all, on their fucking social media, them and all of their friends are playing with knives. They all have knives. It's, to me, illogical.
Right.
Yeah. Well, time will tell. So that's an answer that we'll find in time. But unfortunately, it's the whole story of this case.
What would that do as far as proof if they found a bladed weapon that doesn't have Brian's DNA on it? I mean, is that a positive for him?
It better have his. If they recovered it from Pennsylvania, one would hope there was some of his DNA.
No, I mean if they recovered it from the scene, as Andy was saying.
If they recovered a bladed weapon from this house at the scene, and not only does it not have Brian Kohberger's DNA, but it doesn't have all 4 victims' DNA on it. Forensics figured out very quickly there's another weapon.
Bingo.
Because if it was only this knife used, you should have all 4 victims' DNA on this bladed weapon.
Well, they've lied.
If there's only 2 people's blood on it, right?
Or one, or 3.
Or 1, or 3, right? Exactly.
Anything short of the 4, then that becomes exculpatory, and it becomes
right.
Yeah,
exactly. And basically, what it does is it just adds another layer of reasonable doubt, I guess, in his favor. It doesn't necessarily clear him, but it adds a layer of reasonable doubt.
That would also fit into the theory that the girls actually, it was their knife that they had for protection, and that's why it was at the scene.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's one of my
theory. That's just a theory that's been floated out for a while now. And if it was found with the sheath and the blade together at the scene, it would make sense why they would want to hide the knife and only use the sheath, right?
Well, that too, and they hid all the DNA. There was 3 under a nail. There was 1 on a glove, 1 on a railing, and a footprint outside of her door, and 1 on the sheath.
Excuse me for 1 second. I'm stepping away. I'll be right back. Keep talking.
They told us in the beginning in documentation there were they found 2 other unknown male DNA samples at the scene. They didn't tell us where, just 2. But in fact, there was 6 unknown male DNA samples.
Well, according to the lab report, according to all the lab reports and everything in the documents, the lab became aware of unknown male B and unknown male D by December 17th. So the lab alerted investigators on December 17th of the 2 unknown males, and law enforcement, the state prosecutor's office, they sat on that for another 10 days until they went and took the trash in PA. And then even after taking the trash, they never did anything.
Well, the argument
those 2 unknowns were never subject to CODIS or IGG, according to the filings from the defense.
Right. And the argument for the first 2.5 years has been that the other DNA, the whole house would be full of DNA. It doesn't matter. And now we're finding out 3 under a nail, blood on the sheath, blood on a glove, blood on a railing. I mean, it's ridiculous how much DNA that they actually did.
The problem with the fingernail DNA too is that that's the thing, right? And it's because of the way ISP has their protocol set, and it's different from other labs and how their protocols are set. So other labs would have just came right out and said all of these DNA found under the fingernails that we created likelihood ratios for, all of them are either exclusionary and or inconclusive, right? But unfortunately, the way that it was portrayed is that all of them who had a likelihood ratio created is because, because they were suspects, right? That's not necessarily why they were creating these likelihood ratios for the DNA from the fingernail clippings. It's just very interesting that the one who had the highest likelihood ratio is the one they didn't look at, and the one they did look at is the person who had the lowest, which is Brian. And Brian's was so low that it would be deemed exclusionary by almost every other lab.
Right.
You understand? So the reason that I think it confuses people is because it makes it sound like his DNA would have been inclusive, when in fact it's entirely exclusionary.
Yeah. Yeah. Were you trying to say something, Chick Bait?
She's been talking, but you can't hear her.
You're muted. You're muted. You've been talking. I've seen your mouth movement. I can't read lips, but you're completely muted. Still muted. Still muted.
Muted.
Oh, come on. Is that what you said? Yes, you're muted. I can read your lips for that one. Doesn't families have to identify the body after unaliving? At some point, somebody does, yeah.
Well, they better hope that knife sheath doesn't have a brass snap on it. That the case is over if that's the truth. If that's stainless steel, then you can't argue with the discovery of a DNA sample. But if it's brass, there's no way. And notes, you have to invent a whole new theory in science to account for DNA to survive on brass for more than 24 hours. It's literally scientifically impossible to be.
Right.
That's why they don't.
Right, but Sarge, how are you gonna present the DNA from the sheath in court without anything to do with FBI or IGG? Because nothing that the Idaho State Police did with the DNA from the knife sheath led to anyone at all, including Kohberger. So how do you present the DNA from the sheath matching to Kohberger without the middleman at all? Because you can't say ISP matched his DNA from that sheath. Technically, they didn't until they arrested him and got his buccal swab.
Right.
They're trying to claim they matched it because through the trash, they were able to determine that the father of the contributor to the sample, this was a match to the biological father. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even if the way that your ISP was able to do this, because you can't say it was the FBI, you can't say it was IGG. ISP gets this sample from the trash. All they know is it's the biological son.
Well,
They're
how do we
also
know
pulling
that the
unknown.
DNA? We don't know that the DNA they're referring to is the skin. It may in fact be the blood that was on the sheath. See,
Well, for all we know, that
I'm just saying we don't know. When they say that it was a match to the sheath, they're not telling us which sample from the sheath it matches. It may be the blood. If so, then that's bye, Brian. Could see you later.
the blood on the sheath, Brian was excluded from.
Okay, that's good.
He was either excluded because they pulled a male sample and determined that he is not a match, or he was excluded because it's just the victim's DNA, or it's like all female blood and they didn't bother to test whether or not it was just the victim that's a female. For all we know, it's another female's blood and they never bothered to go any further because all they got was just all female.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So he would be excluded if it's just all female blood on the sheet.
Yeah, agreed. And I'll be honest with the whole thing at this point, you guys, nowadays, I don't even know that there was DNA on the sheets. Truly. I'm just saying that's where I'm at with this now. I don't
you're
believe
right.
Mic check.
Yep,
Go
you're
ahead.
there.
Just I unplugged my microphone, so I wanted to make sure if it was still working.
Oh, you're good.
But yeah, I agree with you, Diego. It's just how do you argue that in court? It's very difficult to imagine
Show me a
arguing that in
video.
front of Hitler.
Yeah, show me a video where you swabbed the sheets. Show me a video you packaging it, sending it to the lab, and show me a video of them opening it unsealed, or opening it after it's sealed and testing it. Then I'll believe you. That's
Well, not even that, but show how it is that your match to the biological son is actually, you have to show that you were still able to get what is your evidence from the match
What did you test it
that
against?
still
What
gets
is,
you to Koberger prior to
Yeah.
getting his buccal swab.
Yeah, I don't know that the DNA is going to be even. The DNA, you're right, Miss Potts, is probably the most difficult thing to understand, because if the IgG is not allowed, which it's not, and you're going to call it a tip, is there any way that you could say his buccal swab matched DNA found at the scene? And if it did, then you're going to have to open up, well, what DNA, where was it found? How was it found? Who found it? And bingo, you got a problem. So if they're going to just call this a tip, they may have to exclude all talk of DNA.
Yeah, hold on,
Not
everybody.
even that.
1 second, guys, real quick. Say something, chick.
Chick, we can't hear you.
Nothing at all, dear. Nothing at all.
I can't hear her at all.
You're
yeah.
as quiet as the wife I dream about.
Check your settings in your microphone. Your microphone settings.
Maybe try the link on your phone. If you got an iPhone.
Are you on a laptop? You're gonna have to nod because I can't.
You better call the Idaho
laptop. Okay.
Call Brian. He could fix it.
Steve G is in IT apparently.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he's
might
an
be able to
IT,
fix it too. Go in your settings in the background. If your StreamYard's showing up, look in the hold on a minute.
Just look at your image and click on the 3 dots on the upper right corner.
Yeah, that should help.
Or
right
it
there.
should say muted. It won't tell you you're muted, so you got to click in there and unmute.
I have your settings. You're pulled all the way up to about the middle for your microphone volume here, so I should be able to hear you. Everything else is set good on my side for you.
Was she ever talking? Because she hasn't said a word since I've been
she
in
was up
here.
here once and she was talking the first time. She went down, then she came back, and we can't hear her at all.
It's going to be an interesting trial to watch to see how they finagle and lie.
The 3 dots are right in the top corner of your little box, chick. See them?
Well, Sarge, you've commented a few times about the parallels between this case and the Karen Reed case. And I think that Ann Taylor's team should probably be paying attention to all the shenanigans going on in the Karen Reed case, because, and in particular, well, we've talked a lot about the internet searches. I mean, they can't pin down a Google search in that case. They got their timeline moving now. That's just that blows my mind that they're allowed to.
Wait a minute, Jesse. Hold on. God, not to interrupt you guys. I'm sorry. Mom Bear just said that Jay Marie, is there somebody named Jay Marie, is saying that the blood is Cole Berenberg's? Huh?
Well, that changes a lot.
Well, Cole Berenberg is one of the people that matched up to the DNA match.
The original suspect.
Yeah,
Right.
and that was the person we
Which
talked
blood?
about. The blood. Which blood, Mama Bear? Where are you at, Jay? I don't see you in the chat. I'm trying to find you now.
If that's true, let Brian out right now.
Now. And we talked about Cole Berenberg the first 2 weeks of the case.
Listen, I'll pay for a nice vacation trip for this kid.
How did you get his name in the first 2 weeks, Diego? I didn't hear about him until recently.
It was something that came up. We had somebody that came in and brought it. There's Jay right there. Jules did a breakdown of the sheath DNA. Oh, okay. He worked for a bakery per se, and it was something talked about then, and it was thrown around a little bit, and then the name disappeared for a long time.
I thought, why would Jules break down anything else on that sheath when everything that I said about the sheath was fake? It was like,
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Now we
there you are. We can hear you. I don't know, Sarge.
Yes.
That was then, this now, but I don't know. But that's interesting. I don't know where that would come from, but
Isn't
If
the
that's-
inconclusive data regarding the fingernail clippings, though?
it could be.
Not the sheath DNA?
The verbiage is confusing, but Jules went over it. I don't know which bit. Now, I know, are you talking about the blood or are you talking about the percentage of shit. What was that called, Annie?
There was DNA under
The
the
likelihood.
fingernails.
There's
The likelihood.
yeah,
Yeah.
the likelihood ratios, right, which were the inconclusive data.
Yes. There we go. Is that what you're talking about, Jay? Because that we did know about, that he was in that mix, but
And he was more likely than Koberger, but still inconclusive.
It was more. I think it was still even less than Koberger's, if I remember right.
The defense went and excluded it. They did further testing and firmly excluded Brian Koberger from being part of those samples.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, the likelihood ratio is what you might be talking about.
The
because I
question
do
is,
remember
does
that.
any of the sample under the nail match the sheath? That's a question that should be answered by the defense, because maybe they do have an answer to it, and it's no.
That would be like a really, really big, good answer, right? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you good. You sound good.
Thank you.
That would be that would blow the case up. Yes, agreed.
Yeah, but Dago, I was saying a whole bunch of things, but nobody could hear it.
I'm sorry.
It's my fault. It's my fault. I don't know what happened.
Jules explained it, how the back and forth between the state and the defense in the weeds about inconclusive. Okay. Well, I don't know. If there's a probability with that, it. Maybe that's the alternate suspect, the main one. Who knows?
Right.
That could have been.
I mean, like,
the tip.
I had like questions from like 30 minutes ago that never went through, I guess.
Okay. What were you going to question?
Jesse, I wanted to ask you what you thought about BK's searches and stuff. Like, that was what I wanted to ask you. Miss Potts, are you still here? I wanted to ask you about Judge and how it got the trial moved and how it's still a fiasco. That was it, basically.
All right, who goes first? Can I go first, Miss Potts?
Yeah, go for it.
So which searches are we going to talk about? The X-rated ones or the Ted Bundy ones?
No. The ones prior to the crime. The ones that they're trying to nail to him, like with the...
I was still of the opinion that they intentionally tried to mislead people by using by stating the date, but trying to make it seem like it was the day after, when really it was 3 days later. That's what I gathered from that, is that he was searching for details about the case 3 days later, and they were trying to use a trick to make people think it was the very next day.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you're a criminology student and you're doing that stuff, second part of the question would be, wouldn't you look that up too?
Well, I mean, we were looking it up. I'm sure most of us watching this were looking it up.
Right.
And yeah, being that he's at WSU and the Snapchats going around there, I think he would have an explanation, even if it was the next day. But if it was 3 days later, I mean, it's going to be on every channel on the news. Everybody's going to be looking it up.
But they won't be allowed in court. I don't think they're going to be able to use that.
And, people he worked with would have looked at the same thing anyway, right? Then they're all guilty.
It would have been weird if he didn't search it, being a teacher's assistant for criminology and the IT and the cloud forensics. If he didn't search it at all, it would be a much more suspicious act than actually searching 3 days later.
Thank you.
So I don't even know if that's going to be even entered into evidence at all, or even discussed at the trial.
Does Miss Potts?
The other thing is, every time they give you something,
I wouldn't be surprised if Brian was just. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go
just
on.
Every time they give you something and the explanation is vague and they're not extremely direct and specific about it, it's an indication that they're just trying to be misleading. Because if they actually had him searching for example, a K-bar 2 hours after the 911 or just after the 911 call or before the 911 call, if they had something so damning, they'd be very specific about what they had and how they got to that and what they know. So when they sort of imply, when they fail to provide specifics and they just imply it, it's an indication to me that they're full of shit.
Propaganda.
It is full of shit, in my opinion. So Ms. Potts, my question to you was, Number Judge.
Oh well,
did not-
wait though, because I wanted to say something about that too. I just wanted to say I would not be surprised at all if Brian, especially ASB and all of that, he's like literally laying in the cut in class, listening to all of these kids, all of these students, the rumors going around about what happened. Right? Doesn't that just seem to be the most
Why
obvious,
wouldn't
make
you?
the most sense? He's literally sitting there, and all of these kids from WSU campus, who also are talking to all of these kids from U of I campus, he's
Why
just sitting there
wouldn't you look
listening.
it up?
Oh, yeah. I would not be surprised at all that he's sitting there listening to all of the rumors going around. I wouldn't be surprised if he called in his own tip.
Me neither. I mean, I feel like strongly that Dateline thing was such a hit piece in such a way where, like, come on. If this happened that close to home, wouldn't you look it up?
Yeah, they were all talking about it too.
Your
So.
team couldn't win the Super Bowl in that state, and people that don't even watch football not get caught up in those conversations.
Mm-hmm.
This is worse. This is way more news than that. There's no way anybody in either of those two colleges didn't have a conversation.
Can I just say one thing?
Everyone.
I'm so happy my voice came back. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay. I appreciate your questions are important too. Appreciate you joining us.
The blood on the sheet.
Wondering
Mysterious.
why no one heard me.
Is that
Which document?
is that
Mama Bear
Mama
was
Bear's
asking.
comment
Yeah.
that you highlighted?
Yeah, she's asking for KDP.
It is
Which
in.
document?
It's going to be in the defense's reply. Hang on, let me think. It might also be motion in limine number 6, perhaps, from the defense regarding touch DNA and all of that. That's where Bicca Barlow talks about the blood on the sheath, the area Q14 sample that was swabs of stains from the back of the sheath that tested presumptively positive for blood, and Mr. Koberger was excluded. It's in the footnote.
Oh, Miss Potts, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I ask that all the time now. So, number Judge, right, was not happy with media coverage, and they moved it to Ada County, right?
I'm sorry.
It got moved because of it was proven that the Latah County jurors would be biased due to the media, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I think. And but now that Hippler's in charge, I think now he knows how grotesque the system is, and Dateline sent him over the edge, in my opinion.
Well, really, the precipitous of all of this goes back to Steve G.
Oh,
He keeps inciting all of this. He needs to be gagged, literally and figuratively.
Why is he not gagged?
I don't know.
Okay.
He's supposed to be, I think. I think he was supposed to be, but he also made a statement a long time ago and said, "They're not going to gag me. I'm going to say what I want to say when I want to say it." So,
he's the alpha.
Well, he thinks he is. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. But regardless, like I think they redid the dissemination order where it stated that witnesses are included, and I think he is seen as a witness in the judge's eyes. Per se, he shouldn't be talking, but he does anyway. So
No, I know, but there was an early document. Heather Fitzgerald knows this. I'll call her out for that because I think she's okay with that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
This case won't get moved again.
The prosecutor,
Tell everybody that they will not get moved.
No, they put the G family on record as witnesses in like January of 2023. Okay.
On the witness list?
Yes. Initially, ask Heather.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Was that for the preliminary hearing that they avoided by going to a grand jury and telling more lies?
It was right after the arrest and right at the beginning, and it kind of goes under your radar because no one talked about it again. They said the Gonsalves family was on the witness list potentially. To that effect.
February 2023.
I mean, I have the opposite opinion of everyone else. I say let him keep talking. No?
Yeah, in some sense, I think I
Yeah,
can see
February 2023. But I mean, like, but of all the families, only that family.
Right.
Well, he supposedly represents them all, according to him. But you know how that is. This is the document you're talking about, real quick here.
Yeah,
Annie.
Heather has it. Yeah.
No, not that one. I was talking to Annie about the blood one. Is this the one? The motions the state's objection to MIL6?
Heather's in trouble.
Heather's not in trouble.
Yes, she is.
No, she's not.
Sky Games Wrench has got, yeah.
And was this the document, Annie, about to answer that question about the blood?
She's not in trouble.
I think this is the one. The Q1 one is proper expert. Yeah, this is the one they were talking about. Okay.
But Bill Thompson had like a list, like 3 people, and Heather knows what I'm talking about.
Well, I don't know that they're going to get into this transfer of touch DNA. It's kind of shocking that they're even going to get into this in the trial. If
I gotta go, guys,
that.
but thanks for fixing my audio. I wanted to jump in earlier because I had something to say to Miss Potts, but then like that got like elongated to me losing my audio. So have a good day, guys. I'll still
Thank you very much.
I'll be in the chat, but I can't be on here any longer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good day, Jacob.
Take care. Bye-bye.
You do.
Just me try this one. Okay. Anyway, where were we now? Oh, bottom of page 1 footnote. That's what Annie said. That's right. Okay, down here. Wait. There is no footnote.
Keep going. The footnotes are at the bottom of the document.
There it is. A new different disclosure from now in was filed on March. This disclosure was not touched on the MIL because Mr. Koberger had not seen it yet. Maybe it's not the right document then. Hold on. Oh, wait. Nowlin also points out the use of touch DNA in Mr. Ballard's disclosure. Mr. Koberger understands that if the court grants his motion, Ballard will not be able to use this term. The state could have conducted blood, saliva, or semen testing to eliminate or establish the presence of one of these fluid type, but chose not to do so. Is that right?
Right, and their warrant. I think is that referring to the warrant application, where they chose not to use it.
I think so. Is this correct, Annie? Are you still up here? She's not up here. What happened to her? Where'd you go?
Well, you're getting deep into it. Usually it starts falling apart after 3.5 hours. StreamYard. Right.
Put the link back in here for her. She might have dropped off by accident.
I know my back starts falling apart after 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
You need to exercise more.
I did do plenty of exercise today. I'm on the sofa now, though, after a couple hours in the chair.
It'll do it every time.
I don't have a nice ergonomic chair. I have a wooden kitchen table chair.
Oh, man.
The right
We're
one.
going to get a GoFundMe for Jesse to have the proper chair.
That's right. Start a GoFundMe. Get it in the chat. Jesse needs a new chair.
Jesse needs a new chair.
Handle there's no way in hell I could sit in a wooden chair for that. No way.
$100 for the chair and $500 to ship it to Thailand.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
That's it, too. Here it is. This is the right document right here.
Can't we buy it from a Thailand store?
Yeah, well, I don't know. You know, a lot of the stuff here is just not designed for guys that weigh 270 pounds.
No.
Give me a T. Give me an I. Give me an E. Give me a T.
This is the right one. It says the exact location of the sheath is unclear. Oh, wait a minute. That's a different footnote, but that's interesting. The exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location. The body cam footage of one of the first officers on scene shows the sheath tucked under the covers next to Ms. Mogan. How is that even possible? Okay. And then number 3 says, while the Q11 was tested for DNA, it was never subjected to standard biological testing or the presence of blood or saliva. What? Wow. In one exchange of emails, Ryland described the swabbing as being of the leather strap and internal metal area of the snap, the snap itself may not have been swabbed at all for DNA.
Yeah, that's the button on the front, which they then put fingerprint powder on it. That's why they didn't swab it. They were looking for fingerprint identification.
Right. The defense has no ability to retest based on the fingerprint process on the sheath.
Yeah, they covered the whole sheath in fingerprints powder.
The defense has never okay, there you go. That gives you the Anska.
Anska.
What happened, Annie? Where did Annie go? Did she say something about having to fall off or drop off or
no?
Shit.
I gotta tell you, the Guilters are gonna have a field day with Harsh's new video because right in the thumbnail, he's got it. Makes it look like it was 350 or 215. Like if you look at the thumbnail, they're gonna have a field day with that, and he's gonna have to do the walk of shame.
Yeah, it's got an arrow. It's got an arrow pointing to Steve saying he said 215, 100%. Yeah.
So he's implying that he's talking about the time of the crime, right? Not the time of the 911 call.
I think he was talking about the time that he was talking about the Hunter, and that the 215 came out, but he was talking about Hunter, and so it makes.
Well, I know that you know that, but I think Harsh thinks that Steve is suggesting that the crime occurred at 215 when really it was just 215 of the 911 call is what Steve was referring to.
Right.
And Harsh made a mistake there, and it's gonna be a costly mistake because people are gonna rub his nose in it.
He'll be fine. He gets all the extra viewers and gets paid, right?
Right.
Well, he's got his platinum play button, so I'd take a little bit of embarrassment for a platinum play button.
Yeah, and being wrong is just your first step into learning. Education. You know, being wrong, I never find it as a problem or being offensive. It's the only way you learn.
That's how you learn. You have to be wrong to learn anything. I agree with that.
Well, I've got
you don't want to come out with it and go aha, and then be wrong. There's a bit of a difference between misspeaking and then having it in the thumbnail of your video. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I've got about the most favorite number I've had in a long time from my subscribers. It's 2.69.
If Scott Meathead is suggesting that I'm jealous of Harsh, I guess I'm not even going to deny it. The guy's got a pretty big YouTube channel. Yes, I could be jealous of that, but that wasn't the point of what I was saying. It was more or less my concern for the community as a whole when one of quote unquote us makes a mistake giving the Guilters ammunition. It wasn't to take shots at Harsh at all.
No. I didn't take it that way.
No.
I'm a little jealous. He's doing great. I'm not jealous and envious. I'm just, you know what I mean?
Well, he's been doing it for a long time, right? I mean,
I'm glad he's doing well. I'll say that much.
There is a creator that's got almost 9,000 subs, but only gets like 20 or 30 people in their stream. How does that work? I'm not going to mention names because I'm trying to be respectful, but how could that be possible? I find that rather shocking. So with Harsh, he's got all those followers, but look at all the views he gets. And he's been doing it a long time. I mean, congratulations to him. And he's trying to do the right thing. And you can pull faults out of his mistakes, but in the end, he's really trying to walk the not guilty, not innocent. He's trying to walk that narrow path,
When he first came out, I'm pretty sure he was on the page that Brian was guilty. And then when he started seeing things, he started to kind of, he's going with what he's seeing. The same thing we're doing.
And it didn't take the mainstream media to humiliate him and humble him, right?
Yeah.
As it did with the DT guy.
That's all right, Annie.
I never seen someone change their opinion so quick in my life. Not even my wife when we were going through a divorce. She would give some of the objections some thought. This guy didn't give it any thought. He just immediately came right out and joined the mainstream media's point of view. It was awesome.
A lot of people did that initially, yes. Thank you for the email for who sent it. I appreciate it very much. I'm gonna be going through that and checking that out too for sure. Any of the links there if you want to come back. If not, no worries. I appreciate the time you spent with us. We've been here for almost 4 or 5 hours, guys.
Almost 5 hours. I've been here an hour, almost and a half. Yeah.
I'm sure everybody's probably burnt out at this point. We talked a lot, and of course we'll be back. I wanted to see everybody's thoughts on who they thought could have been involved with the leak, what everybody's theories or feelings are about what's the gain from leaking it. And I think we've hit on some good points today. We actually stayed in the circle for the most part of what we were trying to talk about. Usually we bounce out of that circle and we have to bounce back and forth. Anytime, Annie, anytime. You're always welcome here. Please come by more often. We missed you, I promise you. I don't know, as we get close to the end here, Jesse and Sarge, any last thoughts on this?
I'm interested to hear what Jules has to say about that that blood. If she's just talking probability ratios, or if she's actually talking about a match or not.
Yeah, definitely. Me too.
But I mean, when I was thinking about prospective alt perpetrators, of course, that's going to be the most logical one, right? Because that was the state's first suspect, so
yes,
that makes sense. I'm not too excited about that guy Cole Behringer, whatever his name is, because
Not
if
yet.
the state's already ruled him out and they've already investigated him, I find it difficult to. It's almost too easy to pull that name back. It's almost like, yeah, you could sort of use that for a distraction, but unless you have.
Jesse, there's also one of the biggest problems. I say it all the time. Is to the exclusion of all else, they chased down Kohberger. Regardless of what they saw, they framed everything against Kohberger. And that the fact that they say they eliminated people can't be trusted, because this happens all over the country constantly. To the exclusion of all else, we focus on one thing. And this is inherent. It's the bad training of our police nationwide. And so what they say we excluded people means nothing to me, because the fact that they, to the exclusion of all else, did what they've done with Brian tells me you can't trust anything they excluded. So Anne may, in fact, have an argument again. Whatever they want to say excludes the guy, she may have that contradicted because she actually investigated. So let's never forget that's the biggest problem with this case, in my opinion, is Kohberger, to the exclusion of any and all evidence contrary to Kohberger, was ignored, blown off. And even Payne says as much. Once we uploaded that in Dakotas, and then we got back our IGG, we focused on Brian. He essentially tells us what they did, and those other blood samples have to have some relevance to this crime. It can't be coincidental. How many blood stains do you have in your house? Right? How many gloves do you got? You got gloves with blood on it, or a glove, or a footprint that came from, or blood on a railing going downstairs? I mean, who lives in a house like that?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if they dropped him just because they got that tip and they were right in the middle of an investigation and they just dropped it halfway through, then maybe it is worth following up on.
Yeah, anything they did is worth following up on based on what I think you'll agree with that. The car.
I have stated in the past that I think Anne needs a Hail Mary, though, something that like pulling a rabbit out of a hat that the state doesn't see coming. And I guess this one's pretty easy for the state to see coming, right? That's the alt perp that you would expect them to come with, kind of thing.
Well, whoever owns that green car would be on my list. Who owns that green car? What does he do? Do we know?
I know who owns it. I'm not going to say his name right now, but I don't know what he does, to be honest with you. I have ideas as to what he does, but
is he a driver, a delivery person? Is he?
He's friends with a family that are both professors at the university, apparently.
I think he is some form of a delivery person. Yes.
So I'm only asking that to establish whether that green car had any business. Not that he's included in the crime, but did he have any business being out at that time of night? Is that the kind of work he engages in?
Yeah, I think he's some form of either DoorDash or something like that. But that would explain the car. Now, do I think he's involved in the crime? No. I think his car was mistaken for the other. That's my issue.
Right.
I still don't think that doesn't say that there's a car involved in the crime. I think that's why they think there's a car involved in the crime. I don't think there was.
Well, let me tell you, to exclude the car for the guilters, that there's ass cheek prints in blood on a chair and zero evidence in a car that you were able to dissect and examine microscopically should tell you that Brian was not in that crime scene.
Right.
Something. I don't care if he took his clothes off. He had to put them in the car somewhere. And going from, listen, hair, transfer DNA, blood, whatever may have been involved in the unaliving of these kids, has to be somewhere in that car that was, if a car was part of the crime. It just is unlikely that you could pull all this off and be Mr. Perfect Clean. And they're not arguing that there was bleach and there was cleaning chemicals in the car, which would be how they would set up a prosecution of that car being involved when they said our examination revealed no DNA. However, heavy concentrations of bleach in areas consistent with potential blah, blah, blah. You see? And none of that exists. So I really, the guilters really got to think a little harder about what evidence is now known versus what's already, we've already had in our tool bag.
Right. Gotcha. Gotcha.
All right. Well, I'm going to jump down. I haven't even decided what to eat yet. I'm out of T-bones. What a tragedy. And
I had steak and eggs for dinner, Sarge.
You're the man. I got the eggs, but no steak.
Oh, wow. I feel so bad for both of you while I rolled up a piece of bread with peanut butter on it. So kiss my ass, both of you. Just say that.
Wow. We're going to have to do a GoFundMe now for food and a chair.
Yeah, sure.
Meanwhile, behind him, there's a whole kitchen set of food behind him there on the right.
Who, here?
I'm just teasing.
Oh, yeah. You can go look. You can have peanut butter. You're welcome to
I'll be
it.
right down.
Absolutely. And today,
right.
Today's the kid's birthday. So.
Oh, happy birthday to the kid.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
How old is he? How old is the kid?
Turned 19 today.
I don't know. Get them a driver's ed course for their car so they don't get tickets. That's what I would get them.
Oh, they all have to do that here at some point. Well, if you're over 18, you don't have to, but beforehand they have to.
No, cut your insurance rates if you do by 10%.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? I feel like the Geico lizard suddenly. Thanks, Dago.
Yeah. No problem.
Well, I know what I did. I know what I did on my 19th birthday, and I'm guessing he's not going to do that.
I'm hoping not. I have no idea, but I can guess, so I hope not.
What'd you do, Jeff?
Well, 19 is drinking age in Canada, where I was from. So.
Oh no,
I guess 21 where you're at.
21 here, yeah.
21 here too. But you're a Canadian that lives in Thailand?
I am.
Oh.
You got to be 21 to buy cigarettes and alcohol here now, Jesse.
Cigarettes are $16.72 a pack where I live.
It depends on what kind you smoke. Yeah, they're getting expensive here too. I think you can get generic. Hell, Marlboros are cheaper than generics now. It's weird. Makes no sense. Yeah. It's weird.
It's all crazy.
Gotta love it. But anyway, again, Jesse, thank you so much for joining me. It was great to finally be able to get you back up here. And of course, Sarge, it's always an interesting honor for you. Annie, it was great to have you back. Chick Bait, thank you for joining us as well. I appreciate you very much.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. You don't have to do it, and I'm grateful that you do.
Good night, gentlemen. It was a pleasure talking to both of you guys, and look forward to the next time.
Boot me, Dago.
Very much so. Very much so. Have a great one, Jesse. Thanks so much. And Sarge, once again, I got to tell you, thank you very much. Have a great one. And everybody in the chat, you guys are amazing. God bless. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your day. I don't know that you'll see me tonight. I don't know what's going on around here. Probably not much of anything. Miss Potts, once again, thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure. Chick Bait, thank you for joining us as well. You guys in chat, you are amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you so very much. It was a great show, great conversation as always. And I'm looking forward to the next one. So you guys have a great day. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. Much love to each and every one of you. And I'll see you all very soon. Take care.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waves. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, yeah, the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, and streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, yeah, the truth he brings. From the shadows and loneliness, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, he'll always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim